It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. Logically be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It's Wednesday, isn't it? Yeah, Wednesday, and I think we're going to be doing realizing Euclid. There seems to be a little bit of a misunderstanding about what we've actually been doing here for a fair few years, actually. We've been on a quest for knowledge, but mainly a quest to understand human behaviour. Don't know how we ended up here, but I'm lucky enough to have met a fair few people I've been on a journey with. That journey has led us to a discovery of logic, geometry, and the quest that we've been on has been how to link that to everyday life. Like, how do we make sense of all of this stuff in reality? And how do we use it? I mean, what's it all for? What are we doing here? What's the point of us being here? Well, the point of me being here is definitely for on this journey. I don't think anybody else could be in the position that I am right now with the experiences that I've had. And I'm pretty sure that I'm not the only person that thinks like that. Everybody is on their own journey to do whatever they're doing. to be wherever they are, right? If you're here listening to this now, that's where you're meant to be. Something has ended up with you being here. Now, the reason that we've come together is a search for, I'm guessing, logos. The logic is what has brought us together in the next level and on the level, next level Discord. That's what we're all here on a quest for knowledge, and logic is that call it the tool that we use to be able to process that information to end up with a source of knowledge at the end of it. And it's been a well worthwhile quest, because learning logic gives you a reason and an understanding of where you are at the end of the process. Seems like we've lost our way by a group of people that don't have that logical base. They don't have that reasoning power to start at the beginning to follow it through to an end process. So what we've been doing is to go to the first principles of everything. First principles, what are they? Well, if you think about how simple you can make something, where you can start at the simplest place you can start at, where everybody can be on that same journey. You're not too far off into mathematical land that some people won't understand you because you're talking a different language. We try and make everything as simple as possible. Realizing Euclid, and as what you seen yesterday, how simple can we make a proof within mathematics and relate that to reality as logic should. We did that yesterday. Well, in order for you to realize that proof, you have to have a starting baseline to start off with. And that baseline is the geometrical / logical proof that goes along, that gives you the semblance of that test to start off with. Saragaki's proof is amazing, and it fits what we do here amazingly. If you haven't heard of it, go back and watch yesterday's show. It's a long show, but you might see it at the beginning. I'm going to try and work with Saragaki and Emma to voice it, and some graphic artists, and we'll try and put it together as a package. Just the geometric proof and the logical proof, link it all together. If anybody's got any problems with that, anybody that may have a model, may had their opportunity last night to voice their critique and didn't seem to be able to put their finger on quite what the problem was. So see whether I can do this. I've got my whiteboard. Let me see. Start up the virtual webcam. There we go. Put the video up there for you guys. If I go on, can you guys see that? My whiteboard in the Discord. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Jolly good. Let me put this over here. Now, this is... let me just get rid of the bridge of the model afflicted. There you go. Oh. Right. So, this is what we were this is a water level. Literally just a tube. I've not put any T-junctions in it or anything. This isn't the Bob design, which I'll be showing you in a bit. This is just a water level, right? Now, as you can see, if I move one of these down, the water level equalizes. How's that for sound? Yeah.
Sounds good.
Does that sound better? Move my mic over this side. So, moving one of them will make it equalize, and then moving it back again, and then it equalizes, right? Pretty simple. Now that happens whether they're over here or, like over here.
How about if they were, say, 400 meters apart?
It wouldn't make any difference, would it?
Nope.
I move this one up, that one moves up. This one down, that one moves down. They always equalize out. There's no way you could move this one up higher and the water at this one stay at the same spot. The water will always equalize of its own kind, right? So the question is how can they not be equal level? Like, can you imagine that if one moved further away, if they come back together? Oh. Well, they go over there.
You've already attracted a few fans in the YouTube, Bev.
Right, see, check this out. Look, now. Can you see the line on there? And on here. So, they're equal. Always be parallel to this laser line, no matter where the laser line is. But, I mean, does one look higher than the other? Could you imagine one getting higher? Move that up to there. So this is the basis of the... this is what a water level is. Now, if we use this as the... as our guide, it's obviously accessible to anybody, this water level. It's not out of anybody's reach. It's not ultra technical. It's not, doesn't require any sort of training for you to be able to fill a tube up with water. It's just about one of the simplest things you could possibly do. Now, for the demonstration here, for this test, we take the water level as a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? That's what we use the tool for. And as you can see up here at the top, one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. So we're going to say that if we put points on here, they'll be on the same straight line. I mean, that's how we do this Euclidean test, which is what this is. It's a lesson in geometry, real life geometry. Right, so let's see whether I can get my graphics package going here now. So, this is what we call the bridge of asses. And it's this straight line here with these two points on it. Oh, there you go. The bridge of asses. I don't think I've got any pointer. I should have had a pointer, dude, shouldn't I? So I could have waved him around. So there's 4 points on this. I can tell you what, I don't need a pointer, dude. I need me point. I'm the pointer dude, aren't I? Can't be doing it all. Right. So you've got 1 point here, and then another point here, which is in the middle of these two, and then another one at this end, and then this point here is in the middle of these 2 points. This is what we call the bridge of the model afflicted. It's just a straight line, but these points are put on here specifically for this test that we're going to be talking about. This is realizing Euclid. So the straight line. Now, how do we prove that this water level from here to here all lies in the same plane? Well, we do it by using these points here and this line as a geometric test. So what we'll do is we put this side here. Ooh, look at that. Right, so I'll take the bridge off. And now you see, these are the points. 1 point here. This point here is the centre of this large green circle. And this point here is irrelevant at the minute. But this is the other point. So one end to the other end is a diameter. And then this point in the centre. Now, you could make this circle larger, but for the purpose of this test, to show that all of the points lie within the same straight line, we'll replicate this, flip it and replicate it. So this is this is what we call Vesica Pisces, this shape here in the center, and all it is an overlap of these 2 circles. Now they're both the same circle, and this point here to this point over here is the radius, and it's a shared radius of both this circle and this circle.
Hey Bev.
Yeah.
Is anyone else? I'm not seeing the Vesica Pisces.
Bollocks.
Didn't want you to get too far down the road.
Only
okay.
line.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Right. Okay. So wait a minute. That means you didn't get the first one, did you?
Show them what the Vesica Pisces is.
Okay.
For those who don't know.
Right. So this was the first one. This is just the replication of that first line. Let me show you. The bridge of asses line there is there, and what we're going to do is develop that into a circle like that. And now I'll take the bridge of asses away, and we've just left with that, the one circle from here to here is the diameter, and this is the radius from here to here of the large green circle. Now the other circle, I'm going to add that in now. Ooh, there you go. So the circle now has 2 circles with this point here to here being a shared radius of both this circle and this circle. This point here in the center is what we call Vesica Pisces, and it is the shared straight line from here to here of both circles, which means that this line from here all the way to here is a straight line, because this is a shared straight line segment. Now, this formulation of the shared straight lines can be replicated on and on and on. It just extends the line. Now, that's why this has no... a circle has no distance, right? You can't say how long this line would be because you just make the circle bigger. The diameter will always be a straight line. The radius will always be a straight line, and you will always be able to extend by replicating Vesica Pisces next to each other in a straight line. There is geometric proofs of this for the straight line. But as you can see, the water level here and the water level here are the same. So the only thing to establish, and this is why the one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it, shows that if we can take this and put it here, that will show that this straight line and this water level lies within this plane. That's the basis of this test, to show the Euclidean proof up here. One part of a straight line cannot be. So this is the one part of a straight line. This is another part of a straight line. There's another one. And there's another one at the other end. So that's the basis of this test. If you can do this with a water level and put water level points here, here, and here for the straight line with this circle, and then get another water level and have it here, here, and here, and here, then these points here, here, and here will match up to show that this is a shared straight line segment of this water level, and this is a shared straight line segment of this water level.
It's a thing of beauty, really. It's like art, logic, geometry.
It's 200 meters overlapping in the center. 200 here and 200 there. 600 meters together. 200 meter radius and the other 200 meter radius. Two 400 meter water levels. One from here to here and one from here to here. Now, I mean, why 400 meters? Doesn't make any difference. Look, I've got a... Oops. I've got that there. That's a smaller one, test. But I mean, the principles are exactly the same. Fill the water level up. They will all fit there, and in the bit in the center, but they'll line up. So you want models? We can make models of it. We can get the geometric proof of the test. And this is what it's to show. This is a bit at the top here. One part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. The tool that we use to establish the plane is the water level. There's geometric, logical reasoning behind that. The water level won't be higher here. This one isn't higher or lower than this one over here. And this one over here isn't higher or lower than this one over here. And if you were to move this one here to the middle, it wouldn't be higher or lower than this line here, because this plane is the one that's made by this tool. Seems to be a lot of confusion about what our test was meant to be. Now, I've got some other things as well to add into this. We've got... See, there's a horizontal line that I've added in, coming from one side to the other. Now, that's along the same line of the water level. And it doesn't matter which side you make the... oh, sorry. There you go. There's a horizontal from one side. We take away the... take away the Vesica Pisces. A minute, horizontal. There you go. That's horizontal all the way across there. And we'll close that one off. Oh. It goes from the other side. Horizontal from either side. Doesn't matter which one you're going to choose. But that straight line there that's set by the water level. We've got some fans. Ah, I see. NASA Shill. Well done. Welcome. Yeah, learn a bit today. So, yeah. There's the... the Vesica Pisces. How to establish the straight line. And the straight line looks like the same as the horizontal. So if you put a one line at one end of where the water level is, it seems to be on the same horizontal line as the Vesica Pisces and the geometric proof to go together. See, right, like George, we've got somebody who's come into the chat and I've never seen that name before. And George is saying it's really offensive, as though it's not good, that. And he's not got it right anyway. It begins with a H. George, I don't know whether we should... George is offended. Gets really offended. So basically the test, this is the geometric principles of the test. Somebody was saying, or like quite a few people have been saying, that it doesn't establish a horizontal, a water level, or they seem to have a problem with it as to why this would let me see what if we can find. Oh yeah, let's have a look. See, we've got a water level. There's a water level. I'll just move that up a little bit there. Put it on the water level and then bring the other one in. There's another water level, so you can see that they're lining up next to each other. And then bring the other water level in. And see, by this principle of making the shared straight line segments where they overlap, we get from one end to the other on the straight line, letting the water levels dictate it. Now, I think that whoever that is in the YouTube chat, can you please not upset George? He gets really bad and he starts reporting. And I don't know who you are, whether you've just come to cause a problem. Please don't antagonize the people that come to watch. Some of the most loyal viewers we have. So these water levels and the Vesica Pisces, all of these things are the geometric proofs that go for the backing of what we're saying. And as everybody knows, like, you can't have one end higher or lower. But what's the meaning of higher or lower? That's the thing. What does everybody understand by higher or lower? Me, I gauge everything on the horizontal. That's a measurable distance on the vertical. For me.
Yeah, I was going to say a horizontal point. You go from there, higher or lower.
Elevation change.
That's what it means to me.
Yeah, it's just an elevation change from a established level.
Yes, from horizontal. So this is reference frame. This line, horizontal line, is reference. What is going up from this is up, and from what is going down from this is down.
Yes.
I probably shouldn't have used the term horizontal point. I should have said horizontal line. Sorry.
It's all right. There you go.
Plane of reference.
Yeah. In order to do
Horizontal
this
plane of
test, you need to have a tool that establishes a plane. Now, that's why we went to a water level. It's the cheapest thing for us to be able to use. And
Are there other tools, Bev, that create a horizontal plane of reference?
Oh yeah, all levels. That's what the tool or level is. But it being able to do it on a scale that is big enough to, well, basically for ourselves, right? The only reason for doing this is to do it for ourselves. Now I'm going to show you here because actually I've got, see this one. This is a small water level. This is a 30-meter portable one. This is the one we used for transferring stuff, and then we have this one. See that? That's 400 meters on a water
Slightly
level.
bigger.
But that's the tool we use, and that's basically, it's just the same as this one here.
Hope you guys are watching who actually does this stuff.
Just the same as this one, except this tube's longer and smaller, thinner, but exactly the same principle. No difference. So if anybody does want to know anything about level, like, we have tested this. We've got tons of testing time with these levels. And I challenge anyone, you got a longer water level, practical tool that you've actually used to establish a horizontal plane of reference, come let us know. The idea is to get these to link together. See how many of them we can link together. See how long we can get. It's a good day out at the canal. Although the canal is the best place to do the test. Right. Has anybody got any other... Do you think I could fill anything else out for this geometric test? I mean, it's obviously a test that is easy to do. I mean, it's not hard. You just need water levels of 400 meters, a bit of geometric backing, and a bit of a logical processing brain to work out what's going on. Now, if one of those steps is lacking a bit, then ask for some help. I mean, I have been talking to people for this sort of thing for quite a long time. And a lot of people have told me that their model says something different. And I understand that. I understand that the models dictate other things. But like I've always said, I only ever live in reality. And I can only test what I can test. And I can only use the tools and the reasoning power that I have to use this basic logic stuff. Somebody's saying, talking to Paige. I mean, come into the Discord if you've got some questions or anything. We'll be quite happy to answer any questions you have for the over this test. I heard that I can science that, or can I science that? I don't know. He said that the water level, the engineers say that it doesn't establish a horizontal plane. Now, how would you devise a test to find out whether it doesn't establish a horizontal plane? I'm not saying, but it definitely works as a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, and it fits the geometric test. I mean, is the geometric test wrong? Is there somebody saying that these water levels will have different things? I think I did have but here's a blue marble one. Oh, there you go. So this is what blue marble did for a 1 water level. And it has another one. So, no, it's this one. Let's get rid of this one. Yeah. Blue's water level, and then this one. This is the one. This is the one that blue marble has. He says it's there in the center. It's higher in the center, but I mean that seems a little bit ridiculous. I don't think that's how water levels work, but blue marble seems to think it does, and I think he's told somebody else that this is the way it works. I mean, look at this. This is blue marble. He's got horizontal plane, and he's got one that goes from C to B, another one that goes from A to B, and then another one that goes from A to C. So he's got 3.
Wow. Twilight Zone.
3 horizontal planes across here. From here to over there, and he's got 3. Now, I'd say that doesn't happen, but I mean, I think that's what his model dictates. I think that's what he's told us. And I think that's what Can I Science That was trying to do as well. He was trying to tell me that. But I mean, obviously, I know what a model dictates. I'm just saying it doesn't really comport to reality. Because this isn't 3 horizontal planes. A water level does not establish 3 different horizontal planes at all.
And certainly one of them doesn't rise in the middle.
Yeah, so we'll keep this one. We're not having none of that fantasy stuff. because you've got to try and replicate it. If that's what people are saying, it happens. Who knows? This is just realizing Euclid. One part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. It's fine doing the geometry. Vesica Pisces, the geometry checks out. Shared straight line segment checks out geometrically. The part about realizing Euclid is making this test real. And the water level is the tool that we chose to do it. Right, I've got a video. Is that okay for everyone? Is that, you know, I'm practicing this. I'm doing it on the fly. We're running through it. Is that good for a visual representation of it? Does it work like that?
Very clear, very loud. Everything is clear.
Good.
For me, at least.
Yeah. So, I mean, I wanted to do this the other day when I went to Can I Science That? His channel. But for some reason, the camera didn't work. So, if anybody's listening, Discord's the best place for me to be able to do this. You can share your screen. You can share the video. You can share all sorts of things in Discord. It's much better than these other StreamYard apps and all of that. I mean, you can put that onto you can put your Discord screen onto that. But being able to show stuff, it works definitely better for me in Discord. So anybody wants to come and talk to us about it, Discord's the place. So let me now close that video off, and I have I'll go to that in a bit. Leave you on the Discord channel while I'm sorting this out. Right, I've got a video that I have cut, but I thought it might be a good idea to show you all this video. Now, this is a video of I can see, check Discord. You guys want to be able to see. Now, I don't know whether you guys were with us the other day when we went over initially when we first saw I Can Science That. He went to the Cambridge Skeptics, and this is where he was at the Cambridge Skeptics, and he did this about how to make a better flat earther, but I don't know whether that's possible, and I don't know whether that was the aim that he had, because I mean, it sounds ridiculous that these group of people are trying to make another group of people better by ridiculing them. It's a little bit silly, but this is a segment that I have cut this out of this video. And this is, bear in mind, when we go to talk about this test, right? Now, we use the water level because the water level establishes a plane in order for us to do with the realizing Euclid test. Now, let's see what he says. Yeah.
But you can also, it's very easy to work out the angle if the Earth is flat. It's just that it depends on how far out you're seeing. So it's very easy to test, though. It's like super, super easy to test. So if you see the claim one way or the other, you see the claim that the horizon always rises to eye level Or you see the opposing claim, which is no, the horizon does not rise to eye level. Why don't you just test it? It is just unbelievably simple to test.
He's up in this top
You just get like a theodolite app on your phone. That's what this picture is, a theodolite app on your phone, and you can climb a mountain and then go and look at the horizon and tell, is it below eye level or is it above eye level? Or
right, so he's going on about talking to flat earthers about how to establish a better test, and he's saying all you've got to do is go up a mountain and get your theodolite app and the horizon, see whether the horizon rises to eye level, which I've always said, no, it doesn't. I mean, how can it? But the interesting bit is this next part. Pay particular attention to this, Rumpus. You'll like this.
Better yet, get on a plane, fly somewhere. Grab one of those Southwest Airlines getaway fares for like a couple $100. Just fly somewhere. Get your theodolite app and point it out the window and see.
Here we go.
Another one. Let me see. I don't know if you can see me here. I made this.
I made this, and now there is a short video I'll be able to get you from that, but I just want you to be able to see that this video is coming from the Cambridge Skeptics discuss building a better flat earther, and this is I Can Science That saying this, and he's got a water level. I mean, well, I'll show you the better video in a bit, but I want you to hear the original source of where this comes from, and the text is here up on the transcript, so you can read that too.
This is based on a design from Bob the Science Guy. I iterated on it, but I came back to his original design is brilliant. This is great. This cost under $10. So I just went to the hardware store and I bought some plastic tube and 2 of these little T-junctions and just make this shape. And then you put water in it and maybe some food coloring if you want. Just water is good enough. And what this is a water level. So you just put the water at a point in the tube on both sides. And then when you line these up so that the water lines are straight, you can see exactly what is horizontal based on that. Remember, water always finds its level, right? So the 2 water levels on the 2 arms of the pipe will be at exactly the same horizontal level. So you line those up and that gives you a perfect horizontal. So then just point that at the distant horizon and answer, did the horizon rise to eye level or not? Cost you $10. Anyone can do it.
Okay. Everybody heard that? There is another clip that'll be coming in a bit from Discord. A short clip.
Horizontal.
Perfectly.
Perfect horizontal.
Yeah,
yes.
Perfectly horizontal is some of the terms he used. We can go back to Discord, and I will just close that screen off for a minute. Back on Discord, and I put that clip. In here. I can't remember what I called it though. Water levels designed by Bob the Science Guy. It's coming in here now. Right, so
get your theodolite app and point it out the window and see. Another one. Let me see. I don't know if you can see me here. I made this. This is based on a design from Bob the Science Guy. I iterated on it, but I came back to his original design is brilliant. This is great. This cost under $10. So So I just went to the hardware store and I bought some plastic tube and 2 of these little T-junctions and just make this shape. And then you put water in it and maybe some food coloring if you want. Just water is good enough. And what this is a water level. So you just put the water at a point in the tube on both sides. And then when you line these up so that the water lines are straight, you can see exactly what is horizontal based on that. Remember, water always finds its level, right? So the 2 water levels on the 2 arms of the pipe will be at exactly the same horizontal level. So you line those up and that gives you a perfect horizontal. So then just point that at the distant horizon and answer. Did the horizon rise to eye level or not? Cost you $10. Anyone can do it. So
right, yeah, sorry guys, looks like we've got some bad word usage in the chat.
Some hard trolling here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's somebody's got triggered by water levels, have they? It's bad.
I think so. Yes, it's not an accident.
It's too funny.
Now, so as you've just heard, along with all of the other claims last night where we went over Rumpus and Blue and George all talking about water levels establishing a horizontal, Rumpus said that there's never been any claim otherwise, any different. And as you can see there, can I science that? Has also said that a water level he used exactly and perfectly horizontal in his description of how a water level works. Now, I'm going to go to let me see. Right, I will go to read some of the comments on Discord. I think you guys in Discord might get a bit of a better view of this, because I'm not too sure whether you can actually get all of these comments in. I had a discussion with Bev, and then these comments here aren't pinned comments. Well, that's better, isn't it? Where's the comments gone? Why have the comments gone? Do the comments only show? Comments only show when it's big screen. Look at that. Right, so these are some of the comments from the discussion, live discussion with Bev about the level test. I wish I could sort that screen out. I don't know why it's... Oh, maybe this one. Oh, is that? That's a bit better, isn't it? Look at that. Right. Okay, we're on. So these are the comments from this channel. And this is I Can Science That, going over his live discussion with Bev about the level test. Well, it's not a level test, for one. It's realizing Euclid, using a water level as the tool for establishing the plane. And he says here, I had a discussion with Bev about the test he performed with spot on level. We're going to revisit that discussion and clarify any misunderstandings. My take on this test so far is that it fails to discern the difference between Bev's suggestion that horizontals are all parallel and the mainstream science idea that they are not. Well, it was just about the plane and the straight line lying within the plane and a part of it without it. So again, misunderstandings, I think. Sorry, go on. Is that you, Paper?
It is said here that you were discussing horizontals being parallel. This was not the matter in discussion. So he is making things up here.
Just trying to sort this screen out and get a bit better. There you go. Right, and
I cannot recollect where did you say or suggest that horizontals are all parallel. This is what
T-shirt logic. Not this test. I mean, like they're getting all sorts of things all confused. It seems as though one thing you say triggers them, and then they are unable to get anywhere beyond that point. It sticks in their heads for some reason.
Oh, so this is part of discussion about T-shirt. I thought
think so.
That
no, it wasn't about T-shirt logic. I didn't go over there to do T-shirt logic, and I didn't go over there to talk about a level test. The test that we did. Look, I had a discussion with Bev about a test he performed with spot on level. Well, that isn't a level test. It was realizing Euclid. It's a misunderstanding on his behalf. And I don't know whether somebody's swayed him into this misunderstanding. Somebody's telling him something different. And whether he thinks he's doing well with comments, though. Right, now this is a comment that he put in there. I'll read it out. He said, this is something I put in a comment buried deep down. I thought it pretty relevant, so I'm pinning it. Comments welcome. I spoke further with other members of the Next Level channel some more, and I find I'm more patient with Bev after that. So he's been talking to somebody within the Next Level Discord server. Maybe he's not lying so much as he's just pretending. They're the same thing, but maybe not. There you go. They're the same thing, but maybe not. Perhaps a little touch of diletheism there, just showing at the beginning. It's like a stage magician who pretends to saw a woman in half. He thinks I'm a magician, perhaps a wizard. We're all supposed to know that it's just an act, so is the magician lying about it? As long as we all know it's an act, Bev isn't lying. He's just doing an act. Like Pete and Pete. Shout out Pete and Pete. Watch their latest video. It's brilliant. Blue Marble's going to love it too. If you're a Blue Marble fan, watch Pete and Pete's latest video. Somebody's got the link to Pete and Pete's video. Can you chuck it in the chat? I'll see if I can do it. Get everybody to watch that. Shout out Pete and Pete. Or Hans Wormhat. I don't know who Hans Wormhat is. It's an act. So he thinks people like me, Pete and Pete, most people here in the Next Level Discord, we're an act. I'm only learning to role play just yet. If Bev would give us just a little disclaimer of some kind to make sure nobody is being scammed and nobody is being hurt, I would 100% back his act. We could have a lot of fun with the act. If only I was assured we weren't hurting anyone with it. So, anybody here getting hurt by learning logic, geometry, watching us do any tests that we do when we go out? Nobody's getting hurt by it?
Yeah, I don't think so. This sort of reminds me of when we did the Bev telethon. You remember that?
Yeah.
Because it's the same thing. Do we have to do that again? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But the people in this Discord, no. If you want proof of that, we can show you proof again. Ricky and I could set something up, I'm sure. But no. This is completely wishful thinking on his part, because how could anybody think the way you think or the people in this Discord think? It's pretty lots of hubris coming from this gentleman.
Yeah, I would like to say that if anybody is hurt by anything, George, Blue, Rumpus, if you get upset, if you're hurt by anything we say, if you see any geometric proofs, if that upsets you, just switch off. Go and watch something else. Like, don't bother about it. It's not worth it. It's not worth getting hurt or triggered by logic or geometry. It's not going to change. And no words that come out of my mouth will change the fact that a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. Won't change anything. And then there's a lot of replies that go with this. So this is, I'm thinking that this is a misunderstanding of all of this sort of stuff. You can tell what the narrative is. I'd like to know, what is it that I'm a liar about? I mean, you just make up something. Like Bev said, he only had 2 marbles in his pocket and he actually had 3. He's a liar. Like, the ridiculous statements that nobody can ever come up with a reason for whatever they're coming with. But I mean, it keeps them happy in the YouTube chat. Gives them something to do.
Is that why no one plays Go Fish with you, Bev?
But these are comments that people are genuinely writing underneath. And I'm not bothered. I'll read them out because they're ridiculous. But and it shows the complete misunderstanding of a very simple geometric test and the way people get triggered by that. It says, I think he's fooled himself with his act. He gets great prestige from FE pilgrims coming to his server. FE people don't do well in this server.
Yeah,
you
the
should
FE
know that.
I know, right? The FE people, when you say you're not a flat earther, we say we are not flat earthers. Those FE people, they're always coming by constantly. I mean, it's a revolving door over here. Jeez.
In that context, he's not much different from Oakley, who puts on his own style of clown show. Yeah. We're a little bit different than that, but...
Oh my God, not even close.
They've each carved out their little niche. Personally, I think they're aware of what they're doing and are okay with it because deep down, they want to believe, they need to believe. The fangirls just make this approach that much more appealing. Nevertheless, they refuse to genuinely and honestly self-reflect on the cumulative consequences of their rhetoric because they don't want to recognize they're wrong. So when we suggest he does something he knows or suspect won't get him the result he wants, there's a snowball chance in hell he'll entertain it. I think the same thing happened in the Wallace bet. The opponent refused to even look in the telescope and see that Wallace was right. I don't know what that's it, right? But I mean, that's an entire statement of nothing. This cool dude here says, you guys are obsessed with an individual. He embarrassed you. We get it. Just let it go and move on. To which this is I Can Science that said to Askin, it's really sad that you still try to cover for him. Number one, says I Can Science that. He said, I showed his logic was circular. That's the logic of the...
It's not true, because he only said this is circular. He didn't show that.
Mhm.
He said that only.
Yeah. He said, I showed his test was ridiculous. Don't think he did that either. That's another lie. That's only in his own head. I showed his test proves nothing. Yeah. Realizing Euclid, it only shows and proves whatever you think it is. The proof is within the geometric. You said that it doesn't prove anything? The geometric test definitely shows it proves a straight line and a shared straight line segment. That's obvious for anybody that knows anything about it, but he doesn't think. I showed he doesn't even have the wits to imagine alternate possibilities. Yeah.
I like that one.
Okay.
So he wanted you to imagine that if there is straight line and no hump in the middle, you can imagine that it is.
Yeah, you
Maybe.
could imagine that it is still a curved line, even though it's a geometric proof for a shared straight line segment. That's what he thinks. He wants everybody to imagine that it isn't a straight line. And the final one, I showed that he is lying about all of it. I think he's delusional myself. But he gives everybody else the chance to be able to do this, what's coming. He says, and somehow you think I'm embarrassed by all of this. Lame, dude. Truly just lame. Saphira, whoever that is, says, ironically, the same people who are likely to sneer at mainstream science for being a circle jerk are the ones who you'll see display ride or die behavior like this with their favorite FE conspiracy guru. The hill he's dying on isn't even a good one. It's okay to admit mainstream science teaches the globe. It's okay to acknowledge that we think we have adequate evidence to support that conclusion. It doesn't matter if you think we're wrong. These positions are not contradictory. Makes me think of a Spock quote. Oh, no, that's useless. Biggest Doggers says, Bev should be embarrassed of himself. But he is not smart enough to realise that he looked like a dishonest fool during this discussion. Askin says, let me know when you can prove your fantasy. Mike Jones says, whatever helps you cope, little buddy. Libeling Bev is a bold move. Let's see how it works out for you. Enjoy your day. I write. We devised a test to show how we can achieve a proof in reality. I was lucky enough to find a group of people with similar aims to grow our knowledge in the most simple things. We call it advanced simplicity, and you've joined us 4 years along in the process. It seems like you've completely misunderstood what it is we're doing and what we have already done. I feel like you've misrepresented us as something we are not. I'm sure you can overcome your bias. You obviously have been given long enough to calm your mind and think about this logically. You know where we are, as does anyone reading this. Good luck with your future endeavors, and watch out for unwelcome influences that may harm them. Your friend, Bev Try Thinking. And then on comes Beddy, who we all know from last night, the globe logician. He says, but of course, if ICST is correct, and you and your audience know that it is an entertaining act, well, I think it is entertaining, right? That's why we're all here, right? We are being entertained by this. What you say above is a continuation of that act. Well done.
This is syllogism even. Perfect.
Yeah. If and then. Very good. Bendy Light says, this advanced simplicity thing you've got going sounds and looks like the early stages of a cult.
What?
Yeah. Advanced simplicity is the early stages of a cult. And here we go. When you push one narrative and discourage or flat out reject any other ideas or thoughts, that's where this will eventually lead. The people you've surrounded yourself with also seem very devoted to your way of thinking and overprotective of you. What is your ultimate goal? You've made it clear that it has nothing to do with finding the truth. See, I don't know what people are watching when they went over that test. He obviously didn't explain that it was realizing Euclid.
I didn't see any candle burning or any seances. I just saw water level.
And it's not just that. Obviously, we all know they don't know who Bev is or who we are because they don't come into the Discord for any kind of honest conversations. If anyone was in the Discord 2 or 3 hours ago, they would know there's no possible way this is a cult. But let them have their moment. It's fine. It's fine.
We didn't sing Kumbaya even once.
I know, right? I don't even like Kumbaya.
Yeah. I was in the Scouts.
No deities or nothing. I just saw a couple of guys with water tests, auto levels. That's a cult?
This is where we're going, though, with this next statement, right? He says, science requires having an open, imaginative mind. If you never imagine alternative possibilities, or if you make claims of absolute fact without allowing it to be questioned or tested in reality, then you are not doing science and you aren't interested in the truth.
This is new science.
Well, they want to science the water level. That's what they're telling us to do. They're saying that we should science the water level because we say it's a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. Now, I know their model dictates that it cannot be. But that doesn't mean science doesn't. Because science says it's a water level. It establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
And does anybody know?
People that use it as a tool like every day, you know, and build stuff. Would they say otherwise?
I've never heard anybody say that. I mean, like I say, I've talked to a lot of surveyors out in the field. And not one of them has ever said that a level isn't horizontal.
That's insane.
This is common notion. This is self-evident. So why testing self-evident tool?
Because the model says that dictates that they must. But the other thing is that, you know, what would they say? What tool does, if any, create a horizontal plane of reference? I'd like to hear that. Is there a tool?
that establishes
Is there
plane.
a tool? Yeah. Is there a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference?
It doesn't not
Any
say,
tool.
You don't have to say
It's called the water level.
just a plane.
Yeah. Is there?
Yeah, there's
outside of a water level, right?
Yeah,
because they say that's not.
Does establish a plane. That's
How
a
about
level.
a spirit level, Kevin?
Yeah, so a spirit level, that's another tool. What other tool would they say? I mean, a spirit level can only go, the longest one I've ever seen is 6 feet. I know there's ones out there that are longer than that. But are there other tools that establish planes?
Yeah.
How about a canal?
I'm open for it, right? This is a test. It's realizing Euclid. Anyone can do it. It's a very simple geometric thing. Now, can you place that Euclid book into reality? Can you realize it? Like, not just me, not me and Spot On. This is open to everybody to use your noggin a bit. Have a think about it. How would you do it? Can it be done? Is it possible that it can be done?
Well, it'll be interesting to see the if anybody comments on other tools that might establish a plane, and see if any of them are as good as a water level.
Yeah. Perhaps the people that are, against this don't think it's ever possible for anybody to establish a plane in reality. That may be
That's
their
what
problem.
I'm thinking.
I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. And if that's the case, then why are they telling us we're liars about it? Because we say you can establish a plane.
We said it. They have to get rid of one of either the horizontal has to go or the vertical. So we know which one they chose.
Yeah, see, George is in the chat there saying, I say level is not horizontal over a length. Well, what is it then? Has it got a slope to it, George? What are you talking about?
Over a length. What length?
Yeah. So vague. That's not very scientific of you talking like that, George. You beginning to sound like Betty. You're critiquing something with nothing to critique it with. You're just pointing at something and going, no, not that. Which is very similar to not Euclidean geometry that they like to use. It's a technique that they've been taught. You just put non in front of it or not in front of something and say that's good enough. Well, it's not. I think science goes to a higher standard than you just saying, nuh-uh. The claim's been made. It's pretty obvious. Just come up with your counter to it. Show us your black swan. Show us a water level that doesn't establish a horizontal. Very easy, right? So I've put, the test is a shared straight line segment test that's part of our Realizing Euclid series of tests. We have more, but until you do your test to determine what a water level actually does, I'm not sure you'll want to join us. Thanks anyway, and good luck in the future. Because, like I say, I'm quite confident in the fact that a water level is the tool for establishing a horizontal plane, and therefore I say we did realize Euclid within the first proposition of book 11. Simple as. Look it up for yourself, George. How would you do it? What tools would you use to establish a plane? To realize this? Maybe you'd use spaghetti and a cell phone, which we'll get to in a minute. Somebody says, how does your test demonstrate shared line segments? Somebody says, until you do your test to determine what a water level actually does, I'm not sure you'll want to join us. So you could just take a water level to a basketball and see what happens. That would explain what will happen with levels on any ball, like object of any size, which is why your test failed.
Wow.
Anybody make any sense of that?
A basketball. It's
No,
incredible.
no.
Just take a water level to a basketball and see what happens. That
Yeah,
would
one side of
explain
the
what
gonna
will
pull
happen with
you,
levels on any ball,
genie.
like any size.
Yeah, put a freaking water level on a basketball. Put one side on the top and let the other one go around. See what happens, genius.
And then
It's like, do you think before you write?
He didn't.
I Can Science That does reply to it. He says, not sure if serious. Obviously, a basketball could exert different forces on water from what a planet would. Presumably, there are formulas to describe this.
Oh my God.
Fantasyland.
Always back to the
Presumably.
numbers. By the way, always back to the numbers. We had a fascinating conversation about numbers earlier today. Stop in the Discord. Have a chat.
Fascinating where their brain goes, eh? It's unbelievable. Goes to
Yeah.
Star Trek right away.
It's good to see that we've got trolls keeping trolls happy in the chat there. Looks good. I see everybody getting overrun.
We've
Ninja
been
Monkey
swamped.
Prime says, my assumption is that they continue to fail to understand that level measurements on a sphere are not parallel. I base this on the multiple comments in chat on how level is always parallel. Maybe Bev isn't referencing that when he says, what does a water level actually do? What? But it fits with the comments in chat, per usual. He's being vague, which I think is obvious because he's just pretending. I could be wrong, but I thought his point was the horribly ruined logic that level will always be parallel based on the premise that the Earth is flat, without trying to first prove Earth is flat. He's claiming to know what a water level does, whilst refusing to agree with how a water level works on a globe. Now, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Ninka Mungie Prime, or whatever you're called, but you seem like an awfully confused guy. And it sounds like you've been reading chats rather than watching the video and understanding what the test is. I'm sorry.
And he is inviting you to beg the question with him. You should beg the question. Why you are not begging the question? This is a serious accusation from their side. They want you to do that, and you
So
refuse.
Is that demonstrated somewhere, the water level on a globe?
I don't know. I
Because
mean,
how
you
can
can
you-
draw pictures. I mean, he
No,
drew
but
some
you-
different pictures in that test.
In order to agree with it, you have to see it in reality. Just somebody can't draw you a picture and say, this is it. You have to see it. And I've never seen a water level work on a curved surface.
See, this is another one. Tis I the Count. Obviously, he's been a troll in the Discord and in the YouTube. Sorry, in the YouTube. He's not been in the Discord that I know of. He says, why should he test what a water level does, Bev? You didn't. You just assume it establishes a horizontal plane, which it doesn't, he says. You know, like that's... He's saying I just assume it and then says it doesn't.
I think that's for themselves, they say those words. That's to reinforce their own bias.
Yep.
He says here, the good news is that we know what they do. They establish level points of equal elevation that lie along a curved line. That's a
If they-
bold claim that needs to be scienced.
If there is a curve, there is a hump.
Yep.
So
Or
they
a drop.
have to show the yes. They have to show the hump or drop, whatever.
They
But
have
if there's
to
a
show
hump,
it.
there's a hump in between those 2 points of the water level. How do you determine that they're horizontal? I don't know.
Yeah, it gets worse. Fe Dogma, who's obviously still running from explaining his twin tangent thing on a straight line. Like we heard yesterday, but even Blue Marble says there's only one tangent point, but Fe Dogma's put two. So Fe Dogma says, are you saying that Earth can't be a globe with a level line of equal elevation being a curved line because this would not realize Euclid? Euclid gave a geometric proofs, not evidence proving the shape of the Earth. Well, it wasn't to do with the shape of the Earth, Fe Dogma. It's realizing Euclid. Euclid didn't mention anything about the Earth, so how could it be proving the shape of the Earth? These people are obsessed with something that I'm not obsessed with. I like geometry and logic, not the Earth. I don't give a shit about your shape of the Earth. This is to do with the water level, for one, above the surface of the Earth. Nothing to do with the Earth. Don't get triggered, guys. He says, we use geometry to make a hypothesis and test them with observed evidence. Your hypothesis that level lines are straight is not supported by the surveying profession or reality. That's another bold claim. A level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Fe Dogma. Your model affliction is a cloud in your mind. That's another one. Somebody found it. His channel. John Rapp says, Bev, you seem to be incapable of thinking of reality. Oh, Jesus, look at this. On a globe Earth with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, the straight line chord between the two ends of your 600-meter water level would produce a sagitta of only 7.6 millimeters. He says.
Only?
Only.
It would be enough to show, I think, in water level.
Yes. Definitely. It's a lot more accurate than that, right? You can't have a hump of 7 millimeters. He said, this is such a small arc height over 600 meters. How would you even measure that? Optically, it would be hard-pressed to measure it, even if no refraction through the atmospheric pressure gradient.
So he's assuming that you will be looking from one end to the other end, but you can measure this on each tube separately.
Again, they've completely missed the geometric proof of this, and that may be my fault. Maybe my fault, and I'm gonna have to put some sort of a graphic package together or something to explain this, that these water levels are separate, and then you can bring them together to show how the lines match up. He says, I have to say, your test was flawed in so many ways. It was inevitable that you were unable to produce any precision measurements or even differentiate between a flat and globe Earth. And he points out again, 7 millimeters over 600 meters. Now, what he's doing there, Sagitta, hump. So any globers that are out there, this guy has got the two ends being level. And the two ends of different water levels. Two separate water levels. He's got them as being level with a hump in the middle. He's completely miles out of what this guy's thinking. He says also, I pointed out in another comment, your definition of what a water level does is just wrong. At the very least, it's lacking much of the actual description. It says, John, a water level indicates 2 points of equal elevation. The line described by those 2 points is horizontal. I'll read that again. A water level indicates 2 points of equal elevation. The line described by those 2 points is horizontal. Now, is there a disconnect going on here between this guy's words and what he actually writes down?
Yes, he's proving your point.
Yeah.
Hostile witness.
These two signs here, these two lines, a water level indicates, right? They're separate. He's put a full stop there, starting off with the next sentence. And he says then, after saying that, on a globe Earth, the point perpendicular to vertical is midway between the 2 points, not at the points themselves. On a flat Earth, all points along the line are perpendicular. But he's just said the line describes that by those 2 points is horizontal. I've not got I really don't know. As far as I'm concerned, these sound like crazy people. They've got contradictions all over the place. How can you have it as horizontal and then say it's only horizontal in the midpoint? And then I don't know what this bit is here. It says, if you intersect a flat plane along all points... I don't know what a flat plane is. Along all points of the line between the two ends, then that plane can be rotated 360 degrees around the line. There is no way yet that the plane can be established as horizontal. In order to establish a flat horizontal plane, like, wow, triple up, with a water level, you would need to at least 3 non-linear indicator points. However, on a globe Earth, any more than 3 non-linear points would begin to describe a curved plane. A curved plane.
Plane.
A curved plane.
Yes, the oxymoron.
I don't think that's logical.
This is why he's put in flat plane at the beginning of it. I don't know who else does that. Can you think of anybody else that puts flat in front of plane? Because there's no use doing it, except, of course, if you want to then bring in a curved plane, as if that sounds good.
Like 2D curved plane.
Yeah. But the people that have allowed the curved plane to seem semi-normal are the people that are using flat plane. They're laying the groundwork for other people to be able to come with all sorts of different descriptors for plane. He says that you are stuck on your bad definition of what water level indicates shows that is only the start of your misunderstanding. After all this time, you still deny reality. Whereas Wally says, shared arc segments of the same radius, same outcome, hey Bev? No, Wally. No. It wouldn't be the same at all. You can't have horizontals make a curve, Wally. Doesn't happen. Let's see what else we've got. I reply to Wally, not for the plane test. That is proposition 1, book 11, the elements. It's not. It's not the same. Somebody says, what level can be used to establish a horizontal plane? So it can be. Assuming that since water levels have this capacity, it must mean the water surface is equally planar seems to be the problem. In other words, because X is a tool that sets up a flat plane again, it must be a flat plane. These people that are using these words, they're wizard words. Flat plane doesn't exist. It's just a plane.
Yes, I think they are using them intentionally.
Yeah, because this is how they push in fantasy geometries at a later date. You can convince people curved planes are real, as long as you have people that are silly enough to start talking about a flat plane. Rather strange. So I put a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. You should join with Icon Science that and his test to find out what a water level is. We can help you devise your own test if you'd like. This is just me pointing out that I know what a water level is. It seems like this other group of people are saying it isn't. But if it isn't a horizontal plane, what is it? What does it do? How can they define it? How do they know what it is if it isn't a horizontal plane? That's what we've been asking. I mean, Rikia, SE, who else have we had? Everybody talking to these people, asking them, what is a level if it's not horizontal? And they've never given us any other reason. They've never given us anything. We've been asking for a method. They just come up with nuh-uh, and that's it. It's shocking. I always wrote as well, you should be aware that the people that have told me, inverted commas, are also the people that have never shown anything resembling a definition, method, demonstration, or logical reason why a water level cannot be a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. You'd be wise to figure that into your science. Good luck with your new friends. P.S. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Just a little bit of extra stuff there. So yeah, he's been told, like we've just explained, when we first talked to him, or when we first watched the video of Icon Science, that he said that a water level was a tool for establishing a perfectly horizontal line. Something's happened between that conversation that we had and talking to him about our realizing Euclid test.
Maybe paradigm shift.
I think people have been talking to him. People have been whispering.
Some high priests.
Sweet nothings, yeah. Some of the globe. Somebody's put his globe cape on and decided to go and be superhero for the globe side. But they've not decided to do it for themselves. They've decided to tell Ike and Science that to do it for them because they're not brave enough to come and talk to us themselves. Shocking examples like we had last night. Graham Matthews says, we can help you devise your own test if you like, because that was me. I offered to help them. He says, I wouldn't let you help me cross the road. You've been bleating on about this for ages now. With what goal in mind? At the outset of the discussion, you insisted that you are not a flat earther. So what are you then? Crazy. I'm just Bev. Just Bev. FE Dogma says, I've used water levels on home projects and I am experienced with levels doing elevation grades in commercial construction. So yes, if you are building a porch or even in commercial construction, a water level could be used to level things horizontally, since the curvature errors are well below construction tolerances over short distance. But we are talking about long distance where curvature errors are an issue.
Like 7 millimeters?
Curvature errors of a horizontal. I mean, yeah, I don't know. And FE Dogma again. I mean, he's a superhero. The twin tangent of LIGO. He says, regarding your comment, people that have never shown why a water level cannot establish a horizontal frame of reference. Again, you can take your auto level up to an elevation of 1,000 feet on Winter Hill. And if level is the equivalent of horizontal, then your crosshair should be targeting 1,037 feet below the top of Snaefell at 1,000 feet. Now that's Ranty's quest that was set by Ruhif.
Let me just check that. So there is that person saying optics better than water level? Is that
Yes.
that,
Yes,
oh,
he's saying that. Yes.
Yeah.
It's super interesting. Optics. That might be something you want to test, is the limitations or maybe none thereof of optics.
Yeah.
Don't know.
And refraction will be kind this day.
Well, not just that, right? He's telling to go up a hill with an auto level. One of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard of. I hope there's some surveyors listening. Any surveyors, if there is any surveyors listening, maybe on the internet, just passing past this sort of thing, curious about water level being a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. Has anybody in the surveying profession ever took an auto level up a hill? For what purpose? Building project up a hill? Oh, no. Because some triggered dude that's crazy about the shape of the earth wants you to take an auto level up a hill and look 85 miles with an auto level. They're crazy.
Sounds sane to me.
Why not telescope?
Or camera or anything. No, he wants you to take an auto level up because nobody's ever done it. You would look ridiculous. That's what he wants. FE Dogma. If anybody wants to do it for FE Dogma, just go and get an auto level. Take it up to the top of Winter Hill. Take it up to the top of any hill. Look ridiculous for yourself. Ranty was meant to do it. I think that's why Ranty disappeared. Because FE Dogma and Ruhif and all of that wanted to do a humiliation ritual with him. They wanted him to take an auto level up a hill. FE Dogma's not brave enough to go and do it himself. He just wants other people to do it so they can look stupid. And then he can point at them and laugh at them and say, ha ha. Scott Meyer, I don't know, he's been big in the chat as well recently. He says, for decks and concrete patios, water levels are used to make sure they aren't level. You want the side
What?
furthest from the building to be lower for proper water drainage.
What?
Scott, yes, that's Scott Meyer. Scott, well done, Scott. I'll read that again. Scott
You
Meyer.
have to read that again.
Yeah. Scott Meyer. For decks and concrete patios, water levels are used to make sure they aren't level. You want the side furthest from the building to be lower for proper water drainage. But you've got to put a bit of a
Wow.
slope on your drive.
You definitely should do that. But you don't use a water level to make it unlevel.
Yeah, to make it
That is
sure
what he
it's
said,
not
yeah?
level. Yeah. Yeah, water levels are used to make sure they aren't level.
That one wins the gold medal so far. That's beautiful.
And Nick Rupert here is very good. He says, I've just checked Books 11 Prop 1. Does not mention anything about water or levels. Well, imagine that.
Yeah.
It's just the geometric proofs. Yeah.
We'd have to agree with you there.
Yeah,
It does not.
Absolutely.
It does not.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Somebody, Scott Meyer, his FE Dogma says, regarding the aren't level, he says, you are right. And if I remember right, it is a minimum slope of 1/8 of an inch per foot. Same with level sidewalks to have them slope to one side. 1/8 of an inch a foot. That's good. Sidewalks aren't usually narrow and not up against foundations, so their slope isn't as important. I like taking conversations into areas that aren't needed. No. This is Geistview. Now, Geistview is one of the worst trolls, especially on Twitter. He runs with Slice Barcane and the crew. He says, now, does your test determine a flat Earth or a globe Earth? If the Earth is level, then what is it level to? Is lake level like sea level, like canal level? It's a confused mind. That's exploded mind, that there. And he says, you have to remember that Bev thinks/claims that a sphere can only have two tangents, the top and bottom ones. When you ask Bev to tell you which rivets in a sphere are higher than the others, he will use the frame if the image is his gauge, not the surface of the sphere in the image. Bev doesn't know Euclidean geometry. The words level, horizontal, vertical, plumb are not in Euclidean geometry. He's using synonyms as definitions because, as he said before, it's more convenient. Geistview. I'm sorry, dude, but I mean, incoherent gibberish.
Yes, vertical is self-evident because plumb line establishes always establishes vertical, and auto level and water level always establishes horizontal. So you can equivocate them.
And he says again, Geistview obviously got a bit of a triggered rant. He says, what a water level is? Yes, what is a water level? Specifically, what is the water level of Lake Mead? Like, does that even make any sense to anyone, that?
No, I think he did it for purpose, just trolling.
Yeah, it just doesn't actually mean anything. Nick Rupert says, how does your test demonstrate shared line segments? We visited, yeah. I can science that. So he's replying, Geistview. I'd have to say it's impossible to tell what he knows and what he doesn't. He's given me no evidence that he knows any of this material very well. What I'm sure of is that he knows enough of the standard science and math to lie about the parts that don't match his narrative. That implies he knows more than he lets on. Hard to say what he is ignorant of versus what he just lies about. Very, very, very good again.
Very suspicious.
Yeah, they can talk about what I'm lying about, but it would be very good if they could show something. Anything. Rather than just claiming lies. Somebody says, all talk with zero evidence, Bev. Typical behaviour of a flat earther. Give it up. Well, again, I'm not a flat earther. Never have been. Never will be. So I replied to Guy's View. It's a realising Euclid Tests. Please check Proposition 1, Book 11 of the Elements. It's a geometric test to show a plane. I can science that says, take it from me, you better have the sidewalk sloped away from the foundation. Got some setting at our house we don't like, cracked tiles and such. And then here is the great blue marble science. He says, you're completely correct. Bev is in fact a liar. Don't know where blue marble gets that from, but I mean, this is a libel. We've been pointing out the flaw in his test for a very long time, and he refuses to recognise it. Nobody's shown us the flaw. Blue. The only flaw is that you have a model that dictates differently. He says it's totally dishonest on his part, but that's Bev, and that's all he knows how to do. I'd say it this way. Bev has proven water is level using a water level. Sheer brilliance, isn't it? Says Blue. I've heard a lot of people say that, Blue, but it's not a test for a water level. It's a realising Euclid test that we use a water level in. We use the water level to do the test. Pretty simple. Astro Rex says that was a masterclass in entrapment. Bev's growing agitation was palpable as his destruction loomed even larger. Mr. Science, that you're okay in my book. Entrapment was a masterclass in entrapment. So it sounds like there was a bit of a plan for them to get me over there. And I'm guessing to slander the fuck out of me and call me a liar. That's the entrapment, I think. Repo Sandman says, Bev sounded like he was afraid of losing money from gullible supporters. It was hilarious to see Bev's supporters in the chat pretending that ICST was getting angry all the time. Man, I wish I could be that chill when I'm angry. Watch body language, please. I can science that says, to be honest, I didn't really pick on much agitation from Bev. He's a liar, but he didn't go all, you can't handle the truth or anything. I think it was an extremely civil case of getting called a liar in public. So that's with the entrapment. They wanted me in there so that they could publicly call me a liar. Good luck. Good luck. He starts to mumble and become even more incomprehensible when he doesn't want to answer questions. I haven't listened to him much, so I don't know what he sounds like when angry. The times I've been able to listen to more than a few minutes of him talking, he likes to just incredulously repeat the thing that was said to him as if that makes the statement wrong. Astrorex says, when all he can do is repeat his water level mantra, that's agitation. Those moments where he goes silent or repeats his safe space mantra were telling, in my opinion. His silences were definitely louder than his words. I was giving him a chance to talk. Or maybe going to the toilet. Who knows? However, if you look at Bev's second discussion that went out last night, his followers are all interpreting ICST's body language as evidence that he is the one who's agitated. Has any science presentation of this kind ever convinced anyone except those who were already convinced? He says. Did anybody see a science presentation? I'm not so sure we were watching the same video. That's Betty. Has any science presentation of this kind ever convinced?
The spaghetti didn't convince anybody, as that was science?
And somebody says here, sometimes people lie. Bev actually saying exactly one thing true in this whole video. And then he's put that thing, hashtag, got to lie to Flurf. So they think they have to lie to people. And I said that sometimes people lie. I was talking about Rumpus and Blue Marble Science, George Nutsack. Larry, Scott, WS. We know who you all are. Who are like treating that guy. I can science that with the lies that you've done. Geist View says Bev is a known liar. Mainly because people like Rumpus and WS and George and Larry, and now I can science that, are propagating these lies about me. I notice a theme here. Yeah, they can just say somebody's a liar and be done with it. As long as there's enough of them, they'll be all right. It's science now, anyway. It's 2022. This is how we do science, I think. John Rapp says, I'd like to point out Bev's definition of water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. This is incomplete, at least, and in its stated form, incorrect. It's just what I say. So, I mean, if you say it's incorrect. A single water level establishes that each of the two indicator points are of equal elevation. That's what it does, essentially. Now, imagine the straight line between those 2 points. Firstly, that line is only perpendicular to the globe Earth at the midpoint along that line. This is what he's telling you. This is his model. In the flat Earth model, all points in the line would be perpendicular. In the geometric view of a horizontal line and Euclidean principles, all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel.
And it cannot be perpendicular to a curve.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a perpendicular to a curve. So perpendicular at the midpoint would also mean perpendicular all the way along the line. Right? You can't have perpendicular at the midpoint and not perpendicular anywhere else along the line. It's just not possible. And he says, secondly, that line does not establish a plane. If you imagine a flat plane, again, look at it. Everybody should call that out every time you hear it. It's fucking ridiculous. If you imagine a plane that intersects that line at all points on the line, it can be rotated. We just done this. Has he just said it before? He just copied and pasted it again. When one starts with a bad proposition and definition, what follows can only be wrong. When one refuses to reason out a bad proposition when it's pointed out, you are just being pig-headed and irrational. Bev, you and other flurves, that is you. Well, I'm not bigoted, Sue. I'm not going to judge an entire group of people that these people have made up and say anything about them. I don't know. Furthermore, what you describe, what a water level does, is only true under idealized conditions, as from the viewpoint of physics. They only balance the vertical down component of the force of gravity acting on the mass of two water columns. Therefore, they are, at least, also prone to differences in air pressure, density of the fluid in both columns, within a few meter, and even if Bev could be persuaded to put a third column in the middle of his 100-meter long water level, with the expected hump, like he calls it, would be a mere 0.2 of a millimeter. So using Bev's tools and methods, it would be hard to determine error bars necessary to decide whether the line from one end of the other through middle is straight or not. They say they can't tell. It's 2022, and these genius scientists that we have can't tell whether a line's straight or not. A tool that establishes a horizontal plane, they say it doesn't, but they don't know whether it does or not, or who's done the tests, or what's going on. They're very
You can't
confused.
actually see it. Yeah, you can't actually see it, but trust me, it's there.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's Rumpus. Now, this will be some good advice here. Rumpus says, exactly correct. A water level does not establish a horizontal plane. You need another optical tool in addition to do that. I'll read that again. This is Rumpus, the great Rumpus. A water level does not establish a horizontal plane. You need another optical tool in addition to do that. In which case, you would use a completely different tool, such as an auto level, to perform the task. So there you go. Rumpus has said quite publicly in this statement here that a water level is different. It's a different tool than an auto level. An auto level does establish a horizontal, whereas a water level does not establish a horizontal.
And he said in that statement that you should check water level, if it is correct, using auto level. So you should check better tool with a worse tool. This is nonsense.
Yeah, he says a water level simple shows two or more points at the risers have the same elevation, which is very different to establishing a horizontal. I'd say not. No different. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. Rumpus says not. Says it's different. So surely Rumpus should show how it's different. Very, very simple. Very simple this is. I can science that. Ooh. Replying to Rumpus. Rumpus is one of I Can Science That's advisors. So he says, if we want to be pedantic, and I think everybody here is down for that, lol, a water level can define a plane if it has three risers that aren't in a perfectly straight line. What?
That's not what he said with the Cambridge skeptics.
A water level can define a plane if it has three risers that aren't in a perfectly straight line. Any 3 points which are not collinear form a plane. Ironically, Bev set up, assuming he had placed 3 risers along a perfect great circle, would create a vertical plane. LOL.
What?
A vertical plane.
Oh my gosh.
That is,
Wow.
welcome, Blue Marble, the hump. We've all been over this geometrically. The vertical plane. Well done. I can science that. I didn't even know this little gem was in here tonight.
That's nice.
I can science that has just given us the vertical plane, which is like the horizontal plane on the globe model. Impossible. There we go. I'm just going to get this and clip this. Oh, where's he gone?
So water level establishes vertical horizontal plane.
Well, a vertical plane, but the problem with that, which he doesn't realize, is if there is such a thing as a vertical plane, then you can have a plane perpendicular to it. And if you can have a plane perpendicular to a vertical plane, that's a horizontal plane. And they don't have those on the globe model. The globe models fall into pieces. For later. Right. Okay. Let's continue. Rumpus replies, indeed, but I think we all know what sort of plane that Bev's citation is attempting to create. One perpendicular to the vertical. But my point still stands then. A water level does not define a plane in practice. It just defines 2 or more points. If you want to visualize the associated plane, you are going to need another tool, an optical one. Water level alone is not going to provide the means for someone to determine the position of an associated line or plane. That's fantastic, Rumpus. Thank you very much for doing that for us. I think we are all quite clear on who's been advising I Can Science That over the last few days, and why I Can Science That seems to have changed his view. Even though Rumpus was saying the other day as well that water level does establish a horizontal plane, and nobody has ever said any different. I can get the clips of that. Definitely put them on there for everybody to see. But now Rumpus is saying different, and strangely enough, I Can Science That is saying different as well. They're both teaming up together after they've both said a water level establishes a horizontal plane. S. Thurston says, verticals vary on a globe. The world ocean can be used as a water level with a large error due to tides, waves, etc. Water levels on a globe conform to an equipotential surface rather than... conform. No, he said confirm. I think he meant conform. To an equipotential surface rather than a horizontal plane. However, the curve is so large, the difference does not show up in usual distances. Usual distances.
7 millimeters over 600 meters.
Doesn't show up that. I mean, I could definitely measure 7 mil with my ruler.
So you don't need so much distance. to measure that. So this is not true.
Larry Scott. This is one of the advisors of Icon Science. That Larry Scott is the guy that told my son that triangles have more than 180 degrees. That's triangles in reality that surveyors measure. My son tried to ask him what size of a triangle has 180 degrees, and he said a really small one. Because as they get bigger, they gain angles. That's Larry Scott, the globe surveyor. Larry Scott says, very old, well-established fact. The top of all water columns are the same elevation. I mean, how does that sound? The top of all water columns are the same elevation. All water columns? It's a very, very old, well-established fact. The top of all water columns are the same elevation, says Larry Scott. The line subtended by the first and last water columns is a horizontal chord, and horizontal at the midpoint. And at a lower elevation, the water column at the midpoint. This is Larry Scott. He must be of a certain age. The line subtended by the first and last water columns is a horizontal chord, and horizontal at the midpoint, and at a lower elevation, the water column at the midpoint. He must have missed some words out there. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I really hope he's not advising anybody. Whether nobody replied to it. I mean, how could you reply to that?
It sounds like double drop or what?
It just doesn't make any sense. Only horizontal. How can you say that, like, we've got a water level on the whiteboard before, everybody saw that. You draw a line from one end to the other end, and you say that straight line is called a horizontal or whatever, but you call it a straight line. He would call that a chord. How would he call it a chord? What's that? What does that even mean? It's just a straight line. It's very strange. FE Dogma again. I was sound asleep on the other side of the globe when this debate took place. It wasn't a debate. And only had chance to skim through and listen to some parts. You did a great job at present the flaws with Bev's claim that level is the equivalent of horizontal. Realizing. Oh, here's Earth is Life. Good to see Earth is Life back. He says, this was absolutely brilliant. Bev wants to act like he's not a flat earther. And act like? Yeah, I'm not. And also act like his test isn't supposed to falsify the curvature of the Earth. I loved how you demonstrated how easily Euclid's postulate could be realized by just some very simple, inexpensive tools. Those very simple, inexpensive tools was spaghetti and a £1,000 cell phone. So really inexpensive, and forget about the fact that a cell phone isn't a tool for establishing a plane. Not even close to it. Brad Vincent says, this was the first video I've ever watched of yours. It was absolutely incredible to see your level of patience and your articulate language. I literally do not comprehend why a glober is denying the globe. It's very confusing. I've never seen anything like this. Thank you. He literally did not know what circular reasoning was. Somebody says, ICST, you are a low-key science debating ninja. Bravo. Science debating. And there we go. This is the good bit. Sly Sparkane. He's not been around very much recently. I think he disappeared when Sean Huffraud did the big thing with Red's Rhetoric. And Sly Sparkane was backing Sean Huffraud. Got a bit embarrassed about it. So he disappeared, but he's back. Good. He says, Sly Sparkane says, when I finally got Bev to reveal the methodology of his test in late 2020, after he was caught using my material, calling it his. Do you guys know about Sly Sparkane and the bending water level experiment that he's done? He thinks I was trying to take his stuff. Sly Sparkane's never come to talk about any of his tests or how he had a leaky test and how he didn't know. I've got Larry Scott. I've got a clip of Larry Scott talking about him, actually. Sly, yeah, if you want to do that, I mean, no doubt we'll get around to going back over Sly Sparkane's water level test, bending water level test. He says, and I drew it out and placed it on a Twitter per his detailed description on Brandon's show. It shook whatever screw he had left loose. He went on spamming and disgusting insult campaign on Twitter, then blocked most of us. It's only Sly Sparkane, but he thinks he's a group of people. Bev only has his little battle with a thesaurus, nothing more. Blue Marble Science, that's Blue Marble Science, the man with science in his name. One of the Globe scientists that we're going to be doing specials on very soon. Bev is a truly nasty little man. He's been on a YouTube spamming campaign against me the same way he did you. This is obviously a blatant lie. Blue. If I had have been on a YouTube spamming campaign, you would definitely be able to quote and take all of the screenshots, show all of your chats where I have been on a YouTube spamming campaign. Blue. I would say the amount of times I've commented in any of Blue's live streams about me, whenever him and all of his little friends are over there doing their slandering job, saying about people lying and talking badly about groups of people in their bigoted hate groups, I've never commented. So that would be good for us to see that. Blue Marble Science. Let's see this YouTube spamming campaign. Let's see it. Prove it to everybody, Blue. Come on. Here we go. Brandon also displayed his frustration at his refusal to test in a way that could distinguish between the two hypotheses. Plain or not plain. That's the Euclid test, realizing Euclid. Very simple, and I'm not too sure why these are obviously model fanatics. Farmer's Boy, who's never coming out to chat at all. Farmer's Boy who had a machete ready for us at Bedford. I hope he doesn't. If he's going to go to Bedford this year, if you're doing it this year, Rumpus, make sure he doesn't walk around with a machete and do any of that threatening stuff again. Regardless of his denial, this is Farmer's Boy. He says, Bev is a flat earther. I'm not, Farmer's Boy. Your delusions are pretty sad. He said he came onto the scene as a flat earther. I did not come onto the scene as a flat earther. Never did. And thought he could use a water level to demonstrate a flat earth. No, the earth is not flat, Farmer's Boy. I mean, how many times does somebody want to sort of slander and libel somebody, trying to label somebody? It's disgusting, Farmers. You're a grown man. Bev knows that if he has a water level of sufficient length with multiple points, and that if you view along that length, it will show those points at different heights. That's why his test is using very short water levels, overlapping 200 meters overlap, 400 meter water levels. They're very short, according to Farmer's Boy. Overlapping and only measuring the height of the water at each end. He also knows he admitted on Jose's show quite a while back that a water level doesn't care what surface it is on, flat or curved. But he is trying to use it to prove the Earth is flat. He's not trying to use it to prove the Earth is flat. It's a realizing Euclid test, Farmer's Boy. For fuck's sake. Grow up. Fucking obsessed with the fucking shape of the earth. Can't let it go. Grown men. Now we have Bev trying to retcon his flair for history and the introduction of all this Euclid bollocks as a smokescreen. No, Farmers. You all have been deluded in the fact that you think I'm a flat earther. I am not. You're a joke. And if you were brave enough, you'd come and have a chat about it. Stop lying about people. Brad Vincent, wait, I'm new to this channel and Bev. But in the beginning, Bev said he was not a flat earther. Am I missing something? I am confused about why Bev seemed to dent water curves while affirming the globe. Again, I haven't got a clue. I don't know whether they do that. Farmer's Boy says, Bev was openly a flat earther when he first appeared in this arena. No. Has anybody ever heard me say that I'm a flat earther? Anyone? Because I'd say that's a blatant lie. I don't know whether Farmer's Boy, I don't know how many times you've heard me say, I'm not a flat earther. Just people like you, Farmer's Boy, keep saying that I am. I'm not. Never have been. Never will be. No matter how many times you try and label me with something I am not, it won't make me a flat earther. The earth is not flat, Farmer's Boy. When he appeared in this arena claiming to have a surveying qualifications, a GCSE in land surveying, somehow obtained when he was studying for a BTEC in construction. See, Farmer's Boy knows about all of this stuff. He's carrying it around in his head. He's carrying around my school, college qualifications. Farmer's Boy is doing that. And he's right. Land surveying certificate. Yeah, I do have one. I'm thinking he could use water level to prove the earth is flat. No, Farmer's Boy. How can I use a water level to prove the earth is flat if I can prove the earth is not flat? It's terrible. This is so bad, Farmer's Boy. You've got to be so upset of this Euclid proof that you think Euclid is flat Earth. It's geometry. You're ridiculous. Childish. Man-child. He says, and now he maintains he's not a flat earther. Terrain, hills, mountains, etc. But he refuses to give a straight answer to the question, what do you think the shape of the earth is? I don't fucking know, farmer's boy. But I know it's not flat. I don't know how much easier it would be. Guy's View says Bev wants to be a level earther. No. Bev's not an earther at all. I don't give a shit. And if anybody's listening, earther isn't even a word. It's not even in the dictionary. Earther. Ridiculous. Load of people in a little arena obsessed with something that isn't even a word. Brad, I Can Science That says, the most generous I can be is this. Bev believes all horizontal planes are parallel. Yes, that is flat Earth. Yet he objects to the label flat earther. He insinuates that flat Earth means there are no mountains. It clearly does not mean that. But we can grant him the charity of using the label if he chooses for himself. After seeing this blatant deception, I think it's plain that he's deliberately confusing the issue. All horizontal planes are parallel. In mathematics, they are. In schools, they are. In surveying, they are. So, I can science that. All you've got to do, give us your black swan. Show us a horizontal plane that isn't parallel to a horizontal plane. Just one. Say, that horizontal plane there, that's the one that isn't parallel to the other horizontal planes. That's the odd one out. There's your black swan, Bev. Anytime. Show it to everybody. Take a picture of it. Dead easy. Or just give us the geometric proof that all horizontal planes aren't parallel. That'll be easy to do also. Surely. Anytime. We're ready and waiting. Anybody here will receive it gladly. Thank you very much. Bev seems to think that it's a lot of same names here that seem to be typing a lot of things. Bev seems to think that the statement, no mantra, he keeps repeating it like so much like a script, necessitates water surface is planar, when that is not necessarily true. A tool that can establish a plane isn't necessarily planar itself. Here's a good exercise. Imagine a rotating aquarium. There are in real life videos for those who lack imagination. On a desk, the surface of water is unquestionably concave. Nevertheless, we can still define a horizontal plane from that setup. We could then line up another aquarium such as the two planes overlap, coincide. Is the surface of the water planar? No. In this case, we explicitly set it up that it wasn't, but it makes the point that it cannot be taken for granted.
So you have to use water levels as in rotating device.
I think so.
Just rotate
Two of
water
them.
levels, and we will see what happened.
Yeah, they won't be horizontal if they're rotating. Oh, hey, here's the, he's been a long time no see, Jesse Kozlowski, the big K, big JK. He says, you could have not have done a better job attempting to have an honest conversation with him. He called me a liar. So that's what Jesse Kozlowski thinks is an honest conversation, calling somebody a liar. He has his stick so perfected and practiced for so long, it just comes out naturally. It's difficult to imagine what motivates a person to think of so low of themselves to adopt such an artificial act based on obvious dishonesty. I guess it could be funny gaslighting people for a moment and then coming clean about it, just as a joke. But he's been living this joke for years. It's very bizarre. And it's worse for his devotees. It's worse for you guys. Devotees, I don't know who they are. I put, he's not that bad, Jesse. You could at least give him credit for at least talking to me. It's a shame you've left these guys to do this on their own. Because it is a shame, isn't it, Jesse Kozlowski's not come back to do this. He can just comment every now and again. Scott Meyer says, I gave up talking to idiots long ago. It's a globe. I say, I'll talk to anyone, as you can see. I don't think you're being fair to ICST. He was probably led into this by the group he mentioned. It's them that you should be talking to. I say, Scott Meyer, that's very nice, but it won't change the fact that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. He says, yes, local to Plum. And Jesse says, I gave up speaking with you only after realizing you never answered my questions or ever acknowledged any of the surveying reference materials I shared with you. So how about we give it another try right here and now? This is Jesse Kozlowski. He only spoke to me once on Jose's show, and that's the one where he said that the water level drops from the horizontal. Bev, which surveying textbooks do you own? Which surveying manuals do you use to guide the methods and procedures you follow to make your measurements? Real surveyors read surveying textbooks and they consult surveying manuals, which specify the standards and best practice required to achieve the expected results needed for any particular applications, such as road topographic mapping, bridge construction, dam deformation surveys, tunnel boring construction, etc. I think the question everyone would like for you to answer is, do you agree with the definitions of level and horizontal as published in any surveying textbook? Yes or no, and why for either answer? Well, I'd say any surveying textbook? That's a bit vague, that, Jesse. You could just write a surveying textbook for globe earthers, couldn't you?
Yes, and then he can say that there is this one any book you should read. You see, there is a conforming to Earth curvature.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, that, Jesse. Can you prove with your methods for surveying how to tell the difference between level and horizontal? That would be interesting. I say there is no difference. They are practically, what do you say? Practically identical. As in, any practical method for establishing a level will be identical to the practical method for establishing a horizontal. That's what I say. Jesse, I say to you, show everyone how to measure the difference between the two. If indeed you say there is a difference between the two. I state identically, practically identical. Anytime, Jesse, come back, show the guys. You don't even have to come and have a talk with me. I'm not saying you have a talk with me. There's a lot of people out here that would be wanting to see this. You've talked a big game. I'm sure a lot of people have heard from the great Jesse Kozlowski that level isn't horizontal. Well, now's your chance, Jesse Kozlowski. Let's see how you show everybody with your surveying methods. Let's see how you show level is not horizontal. Help Rumpus out. Help Ike and Science that out. Help Larry Scott out. It's only right. And I've put as a reply, Jesse Kozlowski. A real surveyor would never say that the water level drops from horizontal and is measurable. Jesse, and you know it. You should come back and show your fans how you measure the drop of a water level from an established horizontal. Or you could give us your opinion on the realizing Euclid test. Do you like the geometric backing we have for it? Can we at least get a Jesse Kozlowski seal of approval for the realizing Euclid test? That should be good, shouldn't it? The hero of the globe Earth. Jesse Kozlowski. Jesse, he's had a go at asking again. Like, how did you do that? You're a devout fan. A real surveyor would say that the water level drops from the horizontal. It's called the globe model. Truly, I have no idea what you're talking about. A real surveyor would say that. I'd say try and find one. Like a real surveyor. Try and find a real surveyor to say that, Brad. Farmer's Boy says, try thinking. And you acknowledge the water level doesn't care what a surface is on, flat or curved. Your test proves nothing, and Euclidean geometry has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That's interesting. I think you keep saying circles. People keep saying circles. That sounds like Euclidean geometry, but if that's what you've got, all right. Farmer's Boy, that's good. Guy's View says, I'll talk to anybody yet ran from me. Yeah. But again, Geist View, Scott, says, you got the timestamp where Bev says it doesn't matter. I need the sound bite. Yeah, Geist View, I'll give it you again now in case you're listening. I know you might be. You might have people out listening. So if Geist View, if you're not listening yourself, get a timestamp here. A water level establishes an even altitude. It doesn't give a shit about the shape of the land underneath it, over the top of it, to the left of it, to the right of it. The water level will establish a horizontal plane of reference regardless of what shape the land is. That's pretty simple. Farmer's Boy says, alas, it's gone. It was one of Jose's shows that has been lost to the midst of time. Because Jose lost his channel. But it's a good job. I've repeated it for you anyways. Nobody needs to see all the comments that I've wrote. Jesse Kozlowski replies, real surveyors perform their work in accordance with surveying textbooks and published standards, specifications and best practice manuals. The question everyone like for you to answer is, do you agree with the definitions of level and horizontal as published in any surveying textbook? Yes or no? And why for either answer? Again, it's a replication of it. Any surveying book. I don't know which is any surveying book. It could be just one that you've just wrote yourself. Jesse Kozlowski's surveying book for the globe model afflicted. Non-practical methods, but, you know, just wrote as a textbook. I put Jesse. I've talked to many surveyors and none of them, I repeat, none have backed what you said at Jose's. I'm talking about actual real surveyors here. Are you going to show them how you measure the drop of the water level you've claimed to be able to measure? And Walter Bislin as well. Did we miss Walter Bislin's thing? Because I've replied here. Walter Bislin, you're the guy that did the original Hump elevation profile of Lake Rakir, aren't you? Thanks for that. Have you seen the latest ones Blue Marble Science has done? My land surveying was done quite a few years ago, and the land surveying certificate is just a memory to my youth. But it is a land surveying qualification, nevertheless. Would you like to do a model of realizing would you like to do a model of the realizing Euclid test? I've heard you like the models. It's getting a bit old, this, isn't it? I mean, how much further? Jesse Kozlowski, you were talking to so-called surveyors that know nothing about surveying. Surprise, yes, it's possible to meet people performing surveying tasks that literally know nothing about what they're doing. Very similar to you and some guy called Chris Van Matra. It all comes down to one thing. Here it is. The question everyone would like for you to answer is, do you agree with the definition of level and horizontal as published in any surveying textbook? Yes or no? And why for either answer?
I think
What's up with him?
He's thinking about one specific any textbook.
Yeah.
When he would point out that here is written this and that.
Agree paper. Just he knows something in some book that's going to support. Yeah.
One book.
Be something obscure for sure.
Yeah. And again, he's not showing everybody. He's the man that said the water level drops from horizontal and it is measurable. Jesse Kozlowski said that. I've got the words. I've got his quote. I've got him saying it. And yes, that was on Jose's show. That should have been lost to the midst of time. But I've recorded it. I still have that. Jesse Kozlowski, the Globe Surveyor. He should be coming back anytime soon to let everybody know how to measure this drop of the water level. Because there's a lot of people now that are saying, me, Bev, try thinking, is lying for saying a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. They say that because Jesse Kozlowski has said it's measurable, the drop from horizontal. So he'll be coming back soon.
What's strange is there's not a fiber of my being that's trying to deceive anyone about water levels establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Nothing. I mean, you just know it's true. I mean, I guess I've worked with it a long time, but I just know it's true. It's a knowing for sure.
Yeah. Stop it. Can't. Chaiki says, I mean, this is obviously part of the game that they were playing the other day. Chaiki says, if you explain to Bev what invariably means, he would have to agree that, in fact, that's what he should say to be specific. By the way, Bev has a beautiful picture of a vertical drop in the distance. Thanks, Bev. Which I gave him a hard time about when his live stream of July started 3 hours and 3 hours. Yeah. Oh, Ace Fox. Look at the time, 33:30. I wonder if Bev would have a tough time dodging the question if the hypothetical was to place a version of his rig in an amusement park centrifuge. The water risers will all be the same distance from the centrifuge wall and would be easily seen to be not in the same plane. Of course, that question is based on Bev not playing an act. What?
What the heck was that? They have some obsession with spinning.
Yeah.
What is wrong with them?
I don't know. Like, how can a water level be? It's hydrostatics. I mean, why spin?
It's silly. It's crazy.
This is the newest tool, spinning water level.
Yeah.
A spinning water level. It's insane.
Let's take this one as well. This is a great one at the minute. This is Brad Wegner. But so this is Brad, the science guy from Twitter. Twitter and YouTube, Discord. He says, you nailed it at 19 minutes. You made the assumption and ran with it. I've told Bev countless times how a water level creates a plane. It isn't how he understands it. What does that mean?
What is there to understand?
It does create a plane. It isn't how he understands it. I understand a plane as being like a two-dimensional construct. It's not real. It doesn't exist. It's a plane. And I'm not too sure how he thinks it's any difference.
Maybe plane with a hump.
Yeah. Wow, Bev retreated to his last line of defense much faster than I expected. Once they're cornered, we don't want optical measurements. We only want accept real measurements. Then you know their sails are totally out of the wind. John Rapp says here, this is one of the most important things. He says, this is one of the most important criticisms of the discussion. Your test made zero effort to determine if your lines are straight or your planes were planes. You took that as a given and did not test it or question it. Yeah, I didn't. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. For that particular test, yeah, there was no need for me to test it. I'd already established a water level is definitely a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. If you want to test it, then be my guest. If you find out a water level isn't a tool that establishes a horizontal plane, well then, publish your results. Make it good, though. Make them good. Otto, 51 minutes in, and Bev shruggingly admits a tool may have to be tested on its supposed functioning and proper use, and then crawls back in the rut he was stuck in. Every listener with 2 functioning brain cells to rub together realizes fairly soon that Bev is not making a very compelling case here. Very good.
No facts, just mocking.
Somebody says, yep, calibration of your equipment is important. Calibration of a water level, very important. Zeptepi says, everybody drink each time Bev says that a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. Yeah. If you want. But it is, and I'm not going to stop saying it. Because it's a truth fact. I mean, get Jesse Kozlowski to show the drop of the level from horizontal. Brilliant gutting of Bev. The exposing at the end was sublime. Like and follow just for the last 5 minutes, but for the whole thing. Trying to discuss rational thoughts with Bev is like discussing geopolitics with the 5-year-olds. There is no comprehension in both cases. ICST says, you're aware that science teaches us, mainstream education, that the oceans of the earth create an almost perfect sphere. Bev, never heard anybody say that. I haven't. I've never heard anybody say that. ICST, you, sir, are a liar. And he totally agrees with me. Anybody got any insight into the oceans of the earth creating an almost perfect sphere?
Sheer delusion.
Well, I'd say for something to create an almost perfect sphere, it would have to be all the way round an almost perfect sphere. And as far as I know, there's land. You are aware that science teaches us, mainstream education, that the oceans of the earth create an almost perfect sphere.
Now, how would they teach that?
I've never heard. That's why I said I've never heard anybody say that. That's the first time I've ever heard anybody say it.
I can't honestly say I have either, but how would they teach that? All they could do is make a statement. That's all they could do. They couldn't teach it. All they could do is say it, like this guy's saying it.
Yeah, but then you'd say, like, "Are you sure, sir? I mean, I'm not in water at the minute."
Yeah, yeah. All valid.
So I think that's a bit dishonest, that. Somebody says, you are incredibly patient. Realise Bev is relatively new to you, but his blatant dishonesty eventually revealed itself. You know what others think about his test, and you summed it up well. He will not perform the test to compare 3 or more uprights from end to end and note the deviation of the middle ones from a plane. Won't he? Like, seems like somebody doesn't know what the test is for realizing Euclid and the plane test. Admittedly, he did mention his 50-meter observation, but the precision was kind of glossed over. The level's reference marker would be easily covered so Wallace's test was carried out over several miles is a better comparison. Years ago, Miles Davis photoed and videoed from a height of circa 210 meters across a distant point at the same height. Interesting result. No water levels, but the principle is the same. Water seeks its level, but level to what reference? What is causing this? This should be examined, which is exactly the test you outlined. No idea what Bev thinks causes it. It just is. Edit. Optical straight lines are problematic. So how did he compare the height of his adjacent tubes? We didn't, well, we did look at them. If anybody wants to know how the test works or anything like that, I mean, it's getting pretty obvious that these people are obviously against it. There doesn't seem to be much people knowing about what a water level is or anything in this. It's depressing, really, reading it. Larry Scott, fuck's sake, at 600 meters and the midpoint at 300 meters, the test would only reveal a few millimeters. That is tough to observe. So Bev can't declare anything with such a tiny difference. And Bev didn't compare the long chord to the midpoint column. Larry Scott. Farmer's boy again. Bev knows that sighting down a water level of sufficient length will show exactly what he is striving to avoid, which is why he won't do it. You do not sight water levels, farmer's boy. Ridiculous. We made the dark shark as a joke, and it seems like there's a lot of people who actually think they've took it seriously. They think a water level is a sighting tool. You have to look down them, they think. Rodman says, when Bev said that his test was bang on, he hung himself. Everything has errors. We know that in science, plus or minus, no matter how small the measurement. Even the speedometer in your car is not completely accurate. Doro Noku says Bev doesn't sell t-shirts, but he monetizes his channel with memberships. Yeah, thank you very much, members. Thank you a lot. He sells water distillers. I don't sell water distillers. I like people to use water distillers. Please distill your water. It'll help you think a lot more clearly. You might not end up like this. He has a Patreon account for people to support him. Yes, thank you very much. Thanks, Patreons. But indeed, he doesn't sell literal t-shirts. But I might. Blue Marble, well, there's that little issue of the 4K begged for to buy some new computer and some surveillance equipment due to the fear for the safety of his family. Like anybody gives a shit, lol. Blue Marble says that. Nobody gives a shit. Nice. Ask Bev about the laser he was going to buy. What? Some people have, like, there must be somebody else going around pretending to be me. Because these people seem to be making up stuff. I've not got a clue what they're talking about. You want to ask me about the laser I was going to buy? There's 3 of them here. A red one, a green one, and a purple one. When we go laser waving. John Davis, Bev is a flat earther. Not. Whether he says he is or not, his test will prove there is curvature. Everybody already knows the outcome even before the test is done. A plain test, and he's trying to wriggle out of it by deflecting everything told him because he doesn't want his FE world shatters. It's not fucking flat. He sounds surprised by sighting water levels and thinks it's stupid idea, but it's the way to do this test. Sighting water levels. You guys are going to have to get your game together. I'm not so sure who your experts are, but if you're listening to Rumpus about citing water levels, I'd get a new guru. There's a lot of people that seem to have a really bad understanding of what this is.
Bev, could they not prove their point by just going to a lake where they have, say, a 10-mile straight run, attaching a line to the dock, with a reel on the back of the boat with 10 miles of line, and just drive straight out? By the time they get to that 10 miles, that line should be about 2 feet under the water. Doesn't even have to be that calm. You know, physically, if it's what they say it is, that line should be 2 feet underwater when they get to the 10-mile mark. I guarantee it won't be. It should be easy to just do that simple test. I mean, that's not difficult at all. I don't understand why they haven't done that yet.
Bev claims a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. Put your water level in a mild centrifuge, Bev, and you're going to be in for a shock. With a laughing face at the end. I'm pretty sure they're trolling the shit out of them. There's loads of them. Right, here we go. This is Bendy Light. At this stage of the FE game, I don't know what they're talking about. Maybe the Flat Earth Society. There are no honest flat earthers left. I'm not too sure. There's no such thing as an earther. I'll say it again. It's not a real word. So there can't be any of them if it's not a word that anybody uses. Apart from in this little game where people like to label other people with labels of things that aren't even real. Not established. Anything's. Perhaps there are some new recruits that still haven't realised it's all a game for the diehards and are still honestly seeking truth. But the longer this goes on, the more their dishonesty and mind games will be exposed to the public. I hope so. That's what we're here to do. Expose these mind games to the public. And yeah, flat earthers as well. It's not flat. We're just talking about a Euclid test using a tool that establishes a plane to realize Euclid. That's all we're doing here. So if there are things that need to be exposed, we'll use this realizing Euclid to be able to do that. I believe they've turned the corner on peak recruitment levels, and I predict 5 years from now, the remaining holdouts will have a very hard time coping outside their internet social circles, which what little is left of them, at least. I've said that. Yeah, it's going. There will be no Flat Earth Society stuff very soon. And that means the Globers won't be around either. They will have no need to be doing what they do now. Labeling people. If there are any new flat earthers here, I implore you to please look at the subject with a critical mind and always seek the truth. If you aren't well studied in physics or geometry, ask yourself, why would you know better than people who are well educated on these topics and have studied the earth for most of their lives? There's no such thing as an earth topic within physics and geometry. It doesn't exist. These are Discord diehards. It's pretty sad that there are people like this preying on people. How do they benefit in lying to you or anyone else when it's their life passion to study the Earth and surrounding universe? These Discord diehard people think it's their job, their life passion to study the Earth. Big E. YouTube trolls that are triggered about the shape of the Earth. Reality doesn't take a side on this subject and certainly doesn't care who wins. There is no man, woman, or organization that is capable of hiding reality from you or anyone else. It will always be out there for you to find the truth on your own. This is exactly what all the scientists, astrophysicists, and others in similar fields continue to do, exploring the reality that surrounds us. I can science
Rather exploring equations.
No way. After all of that statement, I can science that replies with gotta lie to flirt. He's on about finding the truth, this guy is talking about finding the truth, and if there's anybody out there, find the truth on your own. And I can science that says you've got to lie to them. You've got to lie to the group that you are bigoted towards. It's shocking.
During his talk with you, he said that honesty was the #1 priority over there, and he wouldn't deal with dishonesty.
I found a lot of them. George says, I think I like listening to myself. I'm not really listening to myself when I'm doing this, George. I'm just talking off the top of my head. It's not scripted or anything, George. We do this live every night of the week. Good to see you better though, George. Still triggered. Sorry, so Betty goes over this here. It's like a stage magician who pretends to saw a woman in half. Quoted. That's what I can science that said. He said, I doubt it. The classic definition of lying is making a statement that is false. 2, knowing that it is false. And 3, with the intent to deceive. For we can make false statements in good faith, e.g. Ptolemy said that the sun and the universe rotate around the earth. Condition 2, namely, knowledge that is false rules this out. But an actor can also knowingly make false statements. I am the king of Denmark. But the actor is not attempting to deceive, but is rather pretending in the knowledge that the audience knows she is pretending. Condition 3 rules out this case. The key is that the speaker must know that the audience knows that it is a pretense. I don't think many in the audience think it is a pretense, and I think Bev knows what they think, hence it's lying. I spoke further with members of the Next Level channel without disclosing any identities. What did they suggest? That they believe it is an act. I don't think you got a reply to that. Howard Moore says, Bev, that's Left Lane. One of the mods over at Flat Earth Awakenings, is it? Earth Awakenings. Geo's channel. Bev is one of the most dishonesty flirts I know of. Bev is one of the most dishonesty flirts I know of. That's because you've got to lie to flirt. There are some flat earthers I'm claim as friends, but not Bev. Yeah, I'm fine with Left Lane sticking over there. I'm sure I'll be fine. Get some spell checks though. I wonder if people have tried this approach, says Saphira, and his like 100th comment on this thread. Realizing Euclid with not 2 water levels, but 1. It would need to be the length such that the measurements would be discernible either way, but that's a matter of logistics. Theoretically, we can do this Euclid nonsense with 1 level that has 4 risers, A to D. How convenient. Risers A to C describe 2 points and thus a line segment. So does BD. These 2 segments overlap at BC. This would verify that the water level itself is linear/planar and not curved. Trouble is, this has been done before and we know the answer. I suspect this is why the concept of sighting down the risers is something Bev avoids like the plague. His rejection, in my honest opinion, is implicit admission he recognizes this truth. They're so confused in the way they... Technically, there's a lot of overlapping. Saphira says, yeah, you just need to sight along them to find out, which is why he won't do it. And if Slice Sparkane ever gets around to doing it, folks like Bev will just scoff and say, optical blah, blah, blah. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.com. I can say it's that.
So they're denying the limits of optics.
Well, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, but it works. It works without a sight line.
I know, but I'm just saying, what's their point of saying a sight line should be used?
I don't know.
I mean, that's what I don't understand. How would you sight from one end of the water level to the other anyways? What would they use?
I would say that they are trying to check better method with worth method.
Yeah, exactly.
Worth.
Exactly.
Yes. So this is nonsense, just nonsense.
They're like using a rubber ruler. Yeah.
Blue Marble Science. Again, he loves this LIGO he goes to always. That's exactly what he'll do, even over a distance of 2.5 miles like LIGO. The departure from linear at the centre is only 12 inches, and that's going to be very hard to see or measure, so 600 yards is going to show nothing. Water level tests, even if done correctly, are virtually worthless. Precision GNNS measurements are much more reliable and repeatable. Well, that's interesting, because that's the next thing we have to do. We just have to check out what's the best. What's the best tool for establishing a level, a horizontal? Check it. Ask any surveyors. The most accurate over distance. We'll get it worked out. GPS. Look at this. He's got I don't sell t-shirts. My Patreon doesn't count for some reason. .com. I don't get it. I really don't. Blue Marble. I see no. This is I Can Science That replying to Blue Marble. I see no evidence that he's particularly smart. A smarter liar would not have been caught in such an obvious lie. A smart liar would have to stuck his deflection technique instead of trying to claim he's never heard of the science version before. My conclusion, he's not very bright, but for some reason he likes to pretend to believe that Earth isn't a globe, Biggie. He's just bright enough to fool some people who just really, really want to believe him. Somebody, Saphira, says here, there's another way to do water level tests, and we've seen it done already by Soundly. The lake serves as a huge connecting vessel water level, and the span has little sheds built at known heights above the water. That's some 20 miles of level, ain't it? Plus it even comes with GPS data, all for free on Walter Bislin's blog. So that's another one, okay? Walter Bislin, claim of Walter Bislin. McToon, Walter Bislin, Jesse Kozlowski. They're your men so far. The more I think about it, says Saphira, the more I think about it, the more I like the rotating aquarium experiment. Also, since neither party are concave earthers, it should be clear that the demonstration is to illustrate a point. It's not to convince the other that the earth really isn't that shape. Then folks like Bev can't use the lack of imagination as an excuse to pretend they can't fathom what the outcome point is either. Even came up with a nice little narrative with fish surveyors in the rotating aquarium doing the equivalent of Bev's own test underwater. Instead of risers filled with water on land, the fish use a specific depth beneath the surface. When Fish Bev gathers 8 friends and lines them up in 2... What's going on here? Can you guys with this?
What is that, man?
I don't know. He's got some sort of a globe experiment or something for water levels using rotating aquariums with fish in it.
You know, they brought this up to me years ago, eh? They have an aquarium spinning,
yeah,
and they have fish in the corners swimming around, and they say, look.
When Fish Bev gathers 8 friends and lines them up in 2 groups of 4, like as we know, and tells them to hold still 5 centimeters beneath the surface, and when he swims by the overlapping segment where we have fish from group A and fish from group B, he sees they're always at the same depth. Fish Bev concludes the surface of the rotating water is flat and is wrong.
What?
I
4 corners.
really love these globe experiments. We should give this guy a white lab coat.
Yes,
My God.
Fish experiment.
He's genius.
Spinning fish experiment.
Saphira. He's like a obvious. He's a good guy. We'll get these going.
It's a few years too late.
Blue Marble says, Saphira, true. Pontchartrain and both LIGO installations show the same thing as the fish rotating in the water. I'm thinking that's what he's doing.
You gotta be kidding.
I think that Baby's version would be Fish Lover experiment.
And look, here's
spinning
Wolfie.
LIGO.
Wolfie's in here as well. I mean, this is like all of the all-star cast have come to Icon Science. That I bet he's loving it. I don't know whether he's ever had all of these people. Jesse Kozlowski and Walter Bislin, Blue Marble Science. It's like a globe parade of all of the famous globe Earth heroes. Wolfie says, I like your debate style. You had him backed into a corner many times. It was interesting when Bev said he could not even imagine a giant spherical ball of water. He said
you lack imagination.
He said a water level.
It's crazy.
Being a big fucking spherical ball. Yeah, I can't imagine that. He admitted he could not do it. He has likely a condition like aphantasia, inability to form mental picture. That's nice, Wolfie. Diagnosis of this sort of stuff. This is something I have long suspected is common in flat earthers. I'm not a flat earther, Wolfie. I don't know who's told you that. Bev's admission is another supporting example. Nice work exposing him. I checked his channel, and while he may not sell t-shirts, he does gain money in other ways from his channel. So yes, that makes him a scammer. Wow. Does Blue Marble take super chats? Does that make Blue Marble a scammer?
By his logic.
Yeah, that's good. Anybody who gets money from doing anything on YouTube's a scammer. Nice. I Can Science That says, are you familiar with the term kayfabe? I've come to the decision that he's not mentally disabled. He's just pretending. The only comment that shook him was the suggestion that he's a scammer. He clearly knows he's pretending, but I don't think he sees anything morally wrong with that. The term scam seemed to be the only thing that pierced his facade. It was just, I was confused at how somebody could call you a scammer without actually saying what the scam is. It's ridiculous.
You know, this is such a great example of how much truth you're putting forward, because this much effort to try and discredit you, oh my God. And if you were wrong in the first place, why would they do this at all? Ridiculous. Yeah. It proves a lot, them going through all this effort.
Oh, I've never read most of these comments, so it's a good job we go over them live. He says,
yeah, they're interesting for sure.
I've decided that the whole next level server is crammed full of role players doing a big key fade. That's what Bev is doing, but honestly, he's not very bright, so he was pretty easily caught out.
Yeah, by the way, I haven't got next week's script yet, so you know.
Yeah. I don't think he's trying to cause any harm, but I'm sure it's not fully dawned on him yet that some people actually fell for the act. He is accidentally hurting people with this dumb act. The magic act is all great fun as long as the audience understand it's just an act. As soon as the magician tricks people into believing he really can saw a lady in half and put her back together, we've got a serious issue. Well, I'll tell everybody now. I can use a water level to establish a horizontal plane of reference. I'm not joking. Ask any surveyor what a level is a tool for doing. This is shocking.
This is
People
just
can do
projection.
They can't see through your trick. You're just being honest.
Look here.
When you hear
He doesn't
somebody
sell
tell you,
t-shirts, so it's not a scam. Again. Ruhif says, have you figured out yet that Bev is just blatantly dishonest? I Can Science That. Yep, it's official. I gave him a try. It's all right here. I honestly really tried to give him every out. All he had to do was say that his test doesn't show water levels are horizontal. He's welcome to assume it, and we can then design a test for it. But he kept on doubling down. And finally, when he said he'd never heard of how the globe model works, come on. All you level supporters out there, are you seriously going to let one of your own try and tell such an obvious lie and say nothing about it? Okay, that's it. All you level supporters out there, let's hear it. I'm willing to take it on. Come on, let us have it. Level supporters. Fuck's sake. Did Epi Dogma... Go on, sorry, go on.
I would say that water seeks its own level, so we don't need to support any level.
Even I Can Science That agrees with that. That was set out in the very first part of the show tonight.
Yep. And Effie Dogma says, did Bev really say he'd never heard of how the globe model works? Because that would be a blatant lie. Yeah, I didn't say that I've never fucking heard of how the globe model works.
Just the opposite. You said that you've heard it a ton. Yeah. Loads.
I know how the globe model works. It works with contradictions that we fucking point out.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
We know how it doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but this isn't about the globe model either. This is about a realizing Euclid test. There's a group of people that want to, I don't know, sadly, I'd say, they want to divert something that is realizing Euclid. It's something that actually you can do. Anyone can do it. You can get your water level. You can go out there and you can do this thing for yourself. But in order for you to do it for yourself, you have to understand the geometric backing behind it. These people, obviously, don't know anything about the geometric backing behind this test. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing this. It would be embarrassing for them to do this if they had any inkling of what the geometric reasoning behind what it is. It's shocking. Yeah, it's harsh, but I've got nothing to explain this except a liar, a contrarian, and not very bright. That's I Can Science That. Tommy Gronwald. This is the guy that was pretending, I think he was a surveyor. And he did runways. Wow, Bev is still baffled over the water level in the tubes makes a curvature on the globe Earth. Damn. See, water level in the tubes makes a curvature on the globe Earth. Well, the globe Earth dictates that would happen, but in reality, a water level is a tool for making a horizontal plane. So what you imagine happens on a globe Earth is irrelevant to what actually happens in reality. Bev is not the one to be offended for being called a liar, as he called me a liar when I spoke to him. Yeah, people have called me liars all the time, obviously. Anybody who's listening to any of this, what's been going on tonight, you'll have heard multiple people calling me liars. With no justification to it, other than the fact that their model detects something and they're not critically thinking about it at all. You should have tried the current understanding of the globe model, like gravity down towards the center of the Earth, etc. Bev does not acknowledge, understand, or accept the globe model. That's why he couldn't recognize that your figures in your globe model are vertical. No wonder they're standing on the curve. This is pretty sad. This is what the model affliction does to people. Harry Callahan says, imagine that your whole worldview is based solely on your misunderstanding of how simple tools for establishing horizontal plane, reference plane works and overlooking its limitations. It's hard work to understand what they're talking about. Of how simple tool for establishing horizontal reference plane works. So he's saying, Harry Callahan's saying, that the tool does establish a horizontal reference plane. It is pretty funny. And it's pretty funny that these people that are advocating this globe model, they don't seem to realize that there are no horizontal planes on the globe model. We know that as much, right? Oh,
Yes, we know they cannot exist on the globe.
look, you got Twitter guys as well. Look at this. He does well for comments. I mean, there's 400 comments. Askin says, that was not a good look for you. I did not expect you to be so rude, aggressive, and condescending. My jaw dropped to the floor when you were dropping the F-bomb. Everybody loved the bonus stuff. Thanks again. It was fun. Your behaviour was that of one lacking professionalism. It was still fun, though. Thanks a lot. Cheers, mate. 64 replies. M2M, I don't know who that is. I think that's... Bev just got school and exposed. Brad Wegner says, Bev doesn't know how to do science. I told him when he was devising his test how to do it correctly. He wouldn't listen. If anybody knows, you could go back and listen to some of the earlier videos. Brad, the science guy, came over here asking us for help on how he could do the test. And we advised him to go and talk to Slice Barcane. Because Slice Barcane's the main man with all of the equipment and all of that. He said he was going to have a word with Slice Barcane to see if he could help him redo his bending water level experiment, as everybody should be waiting for on the globe side. Slice Barcane, he has got all of the equipment he needs. He now knows how to do it. He's been checked, and we've been told him how to correct it, the test that he was doing. He now knows where to do it. I'm still thinking he's going to do the sighting thing, but we've been given the numbers. Ruhif has done all of the calculations for all of the measurements that Slice Barcane will be measuring when he does his test. It'll be very good, and it will definitely... well, hopefully this time he doesn't get as many leaks and he doesn't try to get water to go uphill, because I think he's learnt now. It doesn't do that. You have to have it on a level surface in order to make sure that the water doesn't try and go uphill like he did last time. Bev is just dishonest. Definitely not a flurf, says the flurf. Bev, try thinking, may not sell t-shirts, but he does offer YouTube memberships, so he is monetized, £1.99 a month. And thank you very much, people, for that are doing that. That goes to help with the website costs. Thank you very much. Flat Tarn says, water level is a tool to establish a horizontal. It works around corners. Why do you think that is? If you take optics and the effects off, and actually think it's physical, why do you think you have 2 times drops and a hump? All at the same time and on the same horizontal. Canal boats can't go up or down slopes or humps. There's not many comments like that. Thanks, Flat Town, for giving us a bit of backing. Farmer's Boy says, we've seen Earth from space, you know. That's a good rebuttal. Ninja says you have no concept of scale.
Is it just me, or do they sound upset?
They've got nothing. They've just got personal attacks.
Yeah, they sound upset.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
And Flat Tarn says, please explain your pointless question. The water is supposed to drop away from the horizontal at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. I know that produces a parabola, but it's good for over 10 miles at the very least. And from a point you travelled 10 miles, you're lower from the point you started by 66.6 feet. And don't know how to scale that in your religion, but 66.6 feet is a lot for a canal boat to go up, down. And Farmer's Boy says, and that invalidates it in your eyes. Also, SpaceX. Flat Tarn, have you measured where water is actually flat? Because even using estimated curve, it still matches. Instead of calculating the curve from 10 miles, why don't you try 1 mile or a quarter mile or just even 100 feet? Would it still be going uphill? That's why I said it's obvious if you don't understand scale. There's a lot of confused minds in this. Did you notice that you have admitted to not only being able to see Earth curve, but also measure it, and yet you seem to deny what you are seeing and measuring? I can't imagine that's healthy. Like literally, I'm not too sure whether it's worth talking to these people. Anyway, they seem overly triggered about a geometric test in reality, and they're bringing their model in. I mean, it is Wednesday, it is Hump Day, it's not Model Affliction Monday. These people definitely are model afflicted.
They are triggered because they cannot prove in any way that the level is curved. They cannot do that. And they know they cannot. That's why I think they are triggered.
Walter Bislin. I've not heard much from Walter Bislin, but he says this: I have collected literally hundreds of thousands geometric, not optical, measurements of Earth curvature over water all around the globe over thousands of kilometers, thousands of them to centimeter accuracy right here on my server. What geometric (brackets not optical) measurements of flat can you provide, i.e. no measurable drop from horizontal? Do you even know how to measure geometric drop? That's interesting, isn't it?
Why he is not publishing that?
No
amazing stuff.
measurable drop from horizontal. I mean, like, how can you measurable drop from horizontal? I mean, that's good. Walter Bislin, you're the man. Everybody else will be coming to you then. Blue Marble Science Rumpus Roof. Apparently, a water level tool with 3 vials in the same tube with 2 ends. One's drops from horizontal depending on which end you're at. And if you're stood in the middle, then both ends drop, meaning the middle vial is higher than the 2 end ones. Hump. But from each end, it drops. So over 1 mile of canal, from one side to the other, the water drops. But from the middle vial, both ends drop. If it sounds crazy and confusing, well, SOS, but that's religions for you. Makes sense. Well done, Flat Time. You've got that one sorted. On a sphere, you have 3 points. Are all 3 foot high from the surface? Which one is higher? Just a FYI, south is not down on the globe. Drops drop from a tangent, not in elevation. That's it. Right. That was pretty sad. So, let me just get this on here for a second while I sort this over. Now, this is a video that I've actually cut. I'm going to put this out tomorrow, I think.
I would propose.
And you guys. Oh, have you got that already on there?
Yes, we have on the screen.
Okay, and that is main screen. Realizing Euclid. Okie dokie. This is Realizing Euclid. 6-minute clip taken from the other day with a few bits on it.
Suppose that if your goal is just to realize Euclid, you could do it much cheaper and much easier. Let me demonstrate. I have here a piece of spaghetti. It's a straight line. I have a second one. If I overlap them, right? I overlap them. I make a single straight line.
Yeah.
Did I just realize Euclid? I just verify Euclid's first postulate?
Well, it is in a plane. You see, that's the thing. It's a plane that you need to establish because book 11 is the solid geometry.
I'll put them on a cell phone to make sure that we have a plane. Now, have I realized Euclid?
I don't know. What do you think?
I think my test has all the elements that you listed you wanted. I've got a plane, and then I have a line that lies within the plane, and another line lying within the plane. That's all you asked for. So I did it. And I did it in seconds. Why did you guys spend so much money and time? There must be something more.
What?
I mean, surely you have other straight lines and planes.
I don't know. I'm not really with you. What's a tool for establishing a plane? What tool would you really go to spaghetti?
I used a cell phone. Would you agree that the face of my cell phone is a plane?
Well, I don't know. Would you get anybody, because this is realizing Euclid, right?
So we need a plane. So here I have a plane.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
What's the difference between my plane and your plane?
No.
Then, I mean, I don't want to diss your test or anything, but it seems like you went to a whole lot of effort here.
Yeah, we had a good time.
Necessary.
Oh, why? What do you mean? Don't seem necessary?
Seems
we had a great time. Me and my lads had a great day out. We got a load of good filming. I got to have a day out. We spot on. We did a test.
Okay.
I don't like what.
All right. No, that's good. That's good. And so I want to clarify something that I think is a misunderstanding about your test. I think people are misrepresenting your test, possibly including myself. I think a lot of people think that your test was designed to show that water levels create a plane.
No, we know that. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right? I mean,
right. So this test of yours in no way questions that fact. It does not discern the plane or linearness of water levels.
Well, obviously, if we want to establish realizing Euclid, you have to start off with something that establishes a plane. Do you not?
I don't know. It was your idea to realize Euclid. I didn't know what you were trying to do, right?
Yeah. That's it.
And what does that mean, realizing Euclid? As you explained it to me, it was you take a plane, You make a line within the plane, right? You take a plane. I think we can all agree that this is pretty planar, very planar, and that there's a line. So
Spaghetti.
now I have a line within a plane, right? So
Spaghetti on a phone, but I mean,
yeah, spaghetti on a phone would do the trick. But I guess I didn't get the fresh air and sunshine that you guys did, right? And the time out with buds.
mm-hmm.
That's definitely worth.
We did it at the side of the canal. It was great.
Yeah. Okay. So that sounds really good. I just want to make sure, and I think this is your opportunity right here to make it really clear that in your test, you in no way were attempting to discern that water levels are horizontal, are planar, are linear. That was not part of the test, and this test does not show it in any way.
It uses it, doesn't it, in order to establish that plane?
Right. You make the assumption and then just run with it.
No. It in order to be able to say that no straight line, no part of a straight line can lie within a plane and another part without it, or in a higher plane, or whatever. Right. That's what the test is there to show, whether we can actually realize Euclid.
Whether you can realize Euclid. Well,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know why that's a question. Can you realize Euclid? I did it with spaghetti and a cell phone, so of course you can. Right? Why would this be a big question?
Why would what be a big question? Whether you can realize Euclid.
Realize Euclid? Yeah, right. I mean, with pennies.
I mean, well, yeah, you could do it just by drawing a circle and saying it's got, the ratio of this circle, the diameter to the circumference. It gives you pi. I mean, boom, done it. I've realized Euclid. But that's not really the same sort of thing. I mean, if you know what we do when we go out to show people what happens with these surveying tools, and we're definitely all about level.
Okay.
That's the server.
Okay.
We've been on the level first, and then next level.
Okay.
Right, there you go. That's the introduction to realizing Euclid. So thanks for watching. And I'm hoping everybody should be able to get in on this now. It's very, very simple. Realizing Euclid, take a Euclid proposition and try and apply it to reality. Very simple. Everybody should be able to get on this. You could do all sorts of things if you want. We just start at the very beginning to show people how we can do these sort of things. Yeah, George, we are definitely all about level. Absolutely on the level. There's nobody else does it quite like we do it over here. Next Level Discord. You want to come and get involved? I was going to try to go to Bedford this weekend, but the weather looks awful. So it's not really worth me even attempting to try and go there this weekend. We'll have to hope for some better weather coming up very soon. So, what's everybody think about tonight? It was a bit of an off one, wasn't it? Reading all of those comments. But I think everybody needs to know how somebody can get triggered by somebody saying such a simple statement from reality. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. And a water level is a tool for establishing that horizontal plane.
These comments are telling how scientific these scientists really are. This is sad.
Yeah, I didn't notice much science involved in any of the stuff. Just a lot of and you didn't do what you did. I mean, I've got a clip of him telling us that we blatantly didn't do the test that we did. It's pretty bad, and I've seen Chikes decided to come back in. Did not have 2 straight lines. We did. We had 2 400-meter water levels, Chike. It's pretty sad that you don't know what we did. You come in here saying we didn't do what we definitely did do. But only expected from people like Chike. We all expect this sort of stuff from people like that. Chike, I don't know what the nutter is coming from me. What is the nutter? I'm saying straight, I'm making the claim a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Where's the nuttering coming? It seems like it's you guys that are saying it's not. Please show your evidence to say that it isn't a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. It breaks all known logical rules. I'm shocked at how, like, if they're seriously, if that's the best the globe have got to offer, is Chike coming in here and saying this. Everybody knows how useless Chike is. And he does have George.
Imagine that. 90, what is it? I mean, be generous, right? 98, 99% of people believe the Earth, Big E, is a globe. And this is the best they've got. This is it?
This is it, yeah.
This is it. A water level is not a tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference. Yep. That's what we get.
That's it. Yep. Even when we're just talking about establishing a plane. Like, so not horizontal, just a plane. A water level is a tool for establishing a plane. And then can you use that fact, the level, to establishing a shared straight line segment, a shared plane in the center? Yeah, I would say so, yes, Chike. There is a logical rule that says level cannot curve. Yes, absolutely. If you show us the logical reason of how level can curve, I'd be very welcome, Chike. I'll show you where the logical proof is to show that a water level, cannot curve. I can definitely do that. Chike, can you establish how and show us where it does curve? Wow, we've got loads of these things tonight. They're definitely on form. I wonder who it is. Let's see how many of these you can find. I bet they must get a lot of people. It doesn't seem very useful to come here. There's only 39 people watching. Why are they bothered with these spam accounts? It's really weird.
That is strange.
Tyke, have you seen his logic? It's simple. Try thinking. All I need to say it can. That's it. Tyke's logic.
He's a troll.
Yeah.
Because So the answer is because.
Yeah, just because. Nuh-uh.
Because.
It's like, nuh-uh. It is. I don't need to say anything and show you any logical proofs or anything. I just need to say, nuh-uh. And then that's it. That's...
Same as Brenda.
Yeah.
I don't need to show you anything.
98% of the population, and this is what they've got.
Yeah, and I don't need to show you anything else other than that. Yeah, that's it. That's all I need to do to support globe science. It's about as bad as it gets, Chike. I hope you've got your other guys that are going to back you shit up that you're talking about, because somebody's going to have to do it, Chike. You do realise everything that you're saying in this chat now is going down as an against from the globe side. You know you can't support what that shit that you're saying, Jake. But somebody will have to support it at some point. Because we definitely have proofs with geometric backing. It's going to get really bad, Chikey. Lies again, try thinking. We say it need to be tested, and you will tell me now. What testing what, Chike? Chike, tell us what you think the globe needs to test. It's 2022, Chike. Chikey doesn't think that they know what level is in 2022. Chikey still thinks he needs to test to find out what level is, because he's on a globe.
We don't have that problem.
Yeah.
That's your problem, not ours. Or you can just leave us the hell alone and don't bother coming around and just say, oh, there's a bunch of wackadoodles over there. They actually believe in geometry and the idea that a water level actually creates a plane. I mean, they're nuts. All right, great. Thank you. But no, they constantly come back. They're constantly in the YouTube. I mean, not that we don't like the views. We like the views.
Yeah,
but, geez.
Check this out. In the live chat. George says, of course it is. Logical level can curve. Water is a fluid and fluids can bend and curve. Logical. Chikey says, testing if level is straight. I didn't say the globe need to test it. But George says it can. So what is it, Chike? Does the globe need to test whether water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane? Or does it not?
This is his game. He wants you to test it.
I don't need to test it. I know a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. I know that.
Yes, but he want you to test it for them instead of them.
No, they can do it
just
themselves. Yeah, I know, but he's making it so now because he's one of the big voices of this. Yes, Chikey's one of the ones that was talking to Icon Science that.
Top globe scientists. This is their level.
Chikey says that we need to test it straight. No. We've already done that, Chike. We definitely know for certain that level is a horizontal plane. We know that for certain. Now you have your tests if you want to. We've done the tests already, Chike. Yeah, we've done the tests already, Chikey. It's all really weird.
This is very old tactic.
Yeah.
I am used to it from the beginning. So he will repeat himself.
I know.
There's no point to speak to him.
Go round and round in circles. I know, but I'm only speaking to him, so all the people who are listening can hear that the globe has nothing other than nuh-uh. He has your tests that show it's not straight. Tyke, I'm not so sure what tests you think they are and what's not straight. George, doing a test and doing it correctly. Come on then, George, get your tests out. Let's go. We've been asking you for methods. Get them drawn up. Let's see it. Let's see the globe surveying attempts to show us how we can test that level is either a straight line or a curved line. That's it. Very simple, George. I'm not too sure whether your boys have put you in a really bad position or not. Blackpool Tower drop. Chikey thinks Blackpool Tower drops somewhere. I don't know. It's like a new ride. I think it's a new ride at Blackpool Tower. The Blackpool Tower drop. I've not seen it yet.
That could be cool now that you mentioned that. Let's get on the Earth curve ride.
Yeah. Blackpool Tower drop. You just come over here to this hill.
Yeah. Fabulous.
With auto level.
Yeah.
Yeah, with your auto level. It's good paper. With a theodolite. Here, we hand everybody a theodolite as they go up the hill for the Earth curve drop. That's fabulous.
George, you said that you were going to come up to Blackpool when you were doing your tour of the UK. You definitely said you'd want to come over here and show us how to measure an angle of Blackpool Tower from Southport. You said it would be historic. Not enough to do the Bedford. You had to come over and stare at Blackpool Tower for 200 hours like Ranty. Chikey's the Great Globe Surveyor. Chike, it's not going to work. Those days have gone. There's no backing for your bullshit. Yeah, and this serious memory issues. It's not going to work, Chike. Sad people. Oh, I'll get this. We'll finish off with the. What was it? I can science that, I think. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Water levels designed by Bob the Science Guy. I don't know whether you guys are aware of it, but these Bob the Science Guy water levels, Chikey, I think you can do this. You like to do the drop of the horizon in the distance, all of that sort of stuff. Oh, George is going to Blackpool on his way to Scotland. Nice. That'll be soon, that, will it? It's a bit rainy this weekend, George. I think we've got a couple of weeks of rain. So I'm just going to play this one so we can go over the Bob the water level things. I'll be about 2 minutes.
Get your theodolite app and point it out the window and see. Another one. Let me see. I don't know if you can see me here. I made this. This is based on a design from Bob the Science Guy. I iterated on it, but I came back to his original design is brilliant. This is great. This cost under $10. So I just went to the hardware store and I bought some plastic tube and 2 of these little T-junctions and just make this shape. And then you put water in it and maybe some food coloring if you want. Just water is good enough. And what this is a water level. So you just put the water at a point in the tube on both sides. And then when you line these up so that the water lines are straight, you can see exactly what is horizontal based on that. Remember, water always finds its level, right? So the 2 water levels on the 2 arms of the pipe will be at exactly the same horizontal level. So you line those up and that gives you a perfect horizontal. So then just point that at the distant horizon and answer. Did the horizon rise to eye level or not? Cost you $10. Anyone can do it. So.
Okay, so everybody hear that? He does say, I did, the 2 water levels on the 2 arms of the pipe will be at exactly the same horizontal level. He doesn't seem to mention anything about the midpoint. He mentions the 2 arms of the pipe, the 2 water levels on the 2 arms of the pipe will be at exactly the same horizontal level. So you line those up and that gives you a perfect horizontal. I can science that. These are quotes. I can science that makes. And when you line these up so that the water lines are straight, you can see exactly what is horizontal. Again, I can science that. It's talking about a water level. And this is the bit that says here, the 2 water levels on the 2 arms of the pipe will be at exactly the same horizontal level. Where's the drop? How could they be at a drop if they are both at exactly the same horizontal level, George? How does that work?
Will be no reply, I think.
You start talking to other people in the chat as though they've not heard us. Chaiki, how does he have 2 water levels on the 2 arms of the pipe will be at exactly the same horizontal? How does he say that? How can he possibly say that? Why would he have changed his mind?
That's a really good question to ask, to ponder.
Yeah.
Why would he change his mind? Because clearly he said it. He certainly didn't sound like he was joking or being sarcastic.
He was trying to build how to be a better flat earther. He wants flat earthers to be. He was instructing the Cambridge Society this Cambridge Skeptics Society, on how to help them make flat earthers better. We're not even flat earthers. That's why we chose this guy. I thought this guy was into tests. He was a scientific mind. He thinks critically. I can science that. I thought he would understand this test, since he knows that a water level establishes a horizontal. I thought he'd enjoy the Euclid, realizing Euclid test. Seems as though it's changed a bit. I don't know why. We can still test this a bit more, though, to work out who else would change their mind. Does everybody change their mind once they realize Euclid? Does realizing Euclid make you change your mind about what a water level is?
I don't know. Something does, or someone.
Something changes people's minds.
Mm-hmm.
It can't just be the model, can it? Because I'm pretty sure this guy had the model beforehand.
Oh,
but
for
his
sure.
model beforehand said that water levels establish a horizontal plane of reference. Something changed his mind from what the model says, or what he thought the model said, to what the model actually says now. Or maybe it isn't the model. Maybe it's Rumpus and his 5 rule axioms of the globe. Maybe that's what's changed his mind.
Did someone try to claim that I Can Science That was a flat earther? Is that what changed his mind?
Oh,
They
might have started calling him a flat earther after
Flat
they
earther.
did that one at Cambridge
Yeah.
Skeptics.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, I wonder whether the Cambridge Skeptics Society put a load of heat on him, saying that was... But they would have took the video down, wouldn't they? If
you
it
would
was
think.
them. Yeah. Yeah. Well. Hey.
But views, views are views. Clicks are clicks,
Yeah, I don't know how many views they've got on that one particular video. I know I've done quite well tonight. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sticking with us. This is an ongoing saga, but I would say now that if this follows the usual script, we won't be able to talk to anybody about this. Nobody will come from the globe side to explain what they're talking about. None of them will come and talk to us. Blue Marble might sort of go quiet for a bit. They might make videos about how dishonest we are, but they won't say anything about a water level, or won't prove how they can go through their thing. Jesse Kozlowski won't come back to show them how they can measure the drop of the water level from the horizontal. It's impossible. Literally impossible. But, hey, we've got realizing Euclid. I'm hoping the globe side are going to come up with, if it's not realizing Euclid, what is it? Because it's got to be something. A water level has to establish something. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't establish a parabola. And I'm not so sure how it could be a linear relationship either, because that's not going to give them anything, is it? I'd say it's pretty much impossible. They're going to have to admit that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. There's not.
Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that.
How can you not come to that realization?
Well, we're going to find out, but my money is on, never. They're never going to realize that.
Don't talk to us. They'll just not talk to us and say we're liars and slander, libel,
cult.
Do anything they can to put us down.
100%.
I believe George is saying that the water will flow down, like it'll go down from one end to the other end. That's what it appears that he's saying.
George.
I'm just wondering, like, which one is going down? Like, if you hold the other end, will the other end be up?
Yeah, he does actually say that. Yeah, like a good spot. It's just I'll get that so we can put this in here. Alright, put it in the live chat just so it
And
is
Stark
still on the record.
Oder, whatever his name is, he agreed with him earlier. He said that George is spot on, which obviously George isn't spot on. Spot on is spot on, but
all right, yeah, so yeah, there's that one there that he has, and then there's this one here as well. So this one, first one, George says, all points along a horizontal, all points along a long horizontal, all points along a long horizontal are not at the same elevation. The elevation of a horizontal changes. I mean, even that sounds strange to me, George. I don't get that sort of a thing, that sort of a statement.
But only long horizontal, because on short horizontal, you know, it may be otherwise.
Along are not on the same elevation. Water in a long, straight, horizontal pipe will flow to one end because of that. He does actually say it. I'm not joking. That is a George Nutsack statement. There's nobody here to say, oh, somebody might have sent him away. George
doesn't sound very clever.
All points along a long horizontal are not at the same elevation. Water in a long, straight horizontal, no, it says horizontal pipe will flow to one end because of that. Yeah, I suppose he's got the horizontal in there, right? He could always say that. He didn't actually say that. He didn't say horizontal. He said horizontal. So, I mean. And then he says, drop from a tangent, brackets horizontal, is not an elevation change that would cause water to flow, Eric. That is a stupid comment. So drop from a tangent horizontal is not an elevation change that would cause water to flow. Like, so a drop from a horizontal isn't something that would cause water to flow, but water in a long, straight, horizontal pipe will flow. Riddle me that one, guys. A drop from a tangent horizontal is not an elevation change that would cause water to flow.
I'm just curious what would...
A horizontal pipe.
I mean,
a straight horizontal would cause water to flow.
Oh yeah, I guess that's what he's saying, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, if you want water to flow, make it a horizontal. Because a drop from horizontal won't make water flow, says George.
Hard to
Maybe he will be better in some days. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, this upside down world that we're living in, it seems like George has fully embraced it. That a straight horizontal would cause water to flow and drop from horizontal, which would be a measured elevation change, wouldn't cause water to flow. Yeah, anytime you want to come round and talk about topology, Blue, anytime you can come and explain all of the things you want about it. I think it's fantastic. So yeah, anytime you want. It's one of those branches of mathematics that you've well, let's say it's better suited to the globe scientists, I think. Yeah, Mobius, it sounds like we've got Blue listening, so you want to...
I just wanted to shout out Blue. What's up? You my boy, Blue.
Are we waiting for the Blue versus Mobius? Or I think Blue's gone... He said he wants to do group displays. He wants to come and teach everybody over here how the globe elevation profile thing works. Have you watched Pete and Pete, Blue? Let me see that. I think I did say I would get that.
Yeah, I thought I might have had time on Sunday, but I didn't really have any time. And then I looked over there at Blues, and apparently the perms that he gave me to set up for our conversation, he took away. So I don't know that he's still down. I don't know. Or if he's still up for it.
All right, here we go. This is Pete and Pete video in the chat. Everybody wants to watch it. Blue, please watch this. Pete and Pete's latest video. We're going to be shutting off, but I advise everybody to watch that video. They have some very, very good observations about blue marble science and his seismometer thing, his balls. Blue's balls. They definitely go into a lot more science than we do around here. We like to keep it at this very simple, advanced simplicity level. So, like Mobius says, Blue, shout out to Blue Marble Science. That's where, if you want to know about any of these globe surveying methods, about the water level, how water levels work on the globe, how there are no horizontal planes on the globe model. There's not even any horizontal lines on the globe model, which is almost even more troubling because George keeps talking about the horizontal. Blue Marble Science have a clown show. Yes, Chike. They do.
I was a little surprised to hear that Blue didn't really understand how a carpenter's level works. But
he is a carpenter as well, hasn't he? He's got a nice woodworking shop.
I thought so, yeah. He does woodwork and stuff, but I guess he'd never heard of a carpenter's level with an offset bubble. And I guess if you're leveling something that's longer than your carpenter's level, then it's only level in the center, according to him. but I don't know where the center would be if your carpenter's level isn't as long as the thing that you're leveling. So is it at the center of each placement of the carpenter's level? Like if you've got like a 23-foot long beam and you're leveling it with a 7-foot carpenter's level, does that mean that every 3 feet it's level at every 3 feet? Or how does that, or 3 and some change?
Yeah, you don't normally have 7-foot carpenter's levels. That'd be for working it like a normal carpenter would just have a little torpedo level.
Yeah, but I mean you can slide it
Yeah.
along the level surface of whatever it is that you're leveling. So I don't know where the middle would be if you can slide the carpenter's level along the surface of the beam or something like that you're trying to level, and it's level all the way across the beam and it's straight. I don't know what that means for Blue in his claim. But I don't know. Maybe we'll talk about that in our one-on-one too.
Yeah. To me, that in the middle is almost as ridiculous as saying that a vertical is only vertical in the middle. Since the perpendicular relationship works, you could quite easily say that verticals are only vertical in the middle.
Yeah.
And it sounds ridiculous when you hear somebody saying something like that, but that's literally what their globers are saying about horizontal.
Yeah. How would they say where the middle of a vertical is? But yeah, you're right. That's pretty much exactly.
Right. So, anybody got any final words? Because it's getting late again. 4.5 hours. Wow, what a show again! I amaze myself that I keep talking that
good
fucking
stuff, guys.
much. Yeah, we'll see if we can set up that thing with Blue Marble.
I wanted to point out real quick that I think it's pretty awesome that you read all those comments and didn't ask for one super chat.
Amazing, Dad. Yeah, I agree with that, Mobius.
But somehow you're a scammer.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I would just say, Bev, that you guys just stop being so upset. Really, it's all right. Have your model. It's fine. We've said 1,000,000 times. We're just over here doing our thing.
Yeah.
Just stop being upset. It can't be healthy for you.
At their age as well. I mean, Blue and George. I mean, come on, guys.
Really?
I know there's characters that you have to play, and the big, gruff, grizzly glober with, carrying the weight of the globe on your shoulders. It's got to be tough, but I mean, there's no need to keep coming with the characters like this.
Exactly.
Just chill out. Have a like a comedy bit for a night, just to chill out. Be a relaxing glober. There's no need to get upset. We're not trying.
We have a great time here.
Yeah,
we don't get into the muck and the mire.
Off them. We're just trying to do some practical Euclidean stuff in reality. There's no big problem. Oh, Blue. I don't even know who those are. What's he talking about? Is he on about some cheap materials or what? I don't know. It's all about the money, isn't it, Blue? Must be tough. Right. So, it is Euclid Day tomorrow. And everybody knows what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing realizing Euclid. We'll go completely over the Euclidean test tomorrow, and we'll go over all of the stuff. I think I've tried to make it as simple as possible, but I guess now we're at the point where we have to try and simplify it and show the Euclidean principles of the test somehow together. I'll see what I can do. I've got to get some graphics done, but I do have to play Red Dead Redemption as well. Some tomorrow. So, thanks for joining us. It has been a good show, and thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting. Thanks for sharing or whatever. And again, thanks for the Globers for coming in and showing us how shit scared you are of a basic Euclidean geometric proof in reality. And thanks for showing everybody how you don't know what level is. And it's shocking seeing as it's 2022. People have been using these tools for centuries. And now they don't know what they are.
Absolutely.
Don't know what they're doing with them.
They don't know what a straight line is. They don't know why.
Uh-oh. Is that me? Or
They know nothing.
No, you're roboting a little bit, Skeptical. We didn't really hear much of that.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to shut it down now. Thanks for joining. Come tomorrow. Realizing Euclid. Going to sing us out with perhaps one of the best songs that I think Buster's ever done, or one of the best mixes.
Yeah, I will say, now that you've said that, there's one coming soon that will rival whatever you put up there.
I'm still waiting for Who Will. That's going to be it.
Yeah.
As well. Buster's got tons of songs ready.
He is so good, man.
So here we go. True level, bitch.
Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If ever you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Shush. Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's really flat and level now.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Randy, come on, That's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Ranty, come on. That's a globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Burn right to the ground in pieces. But from the ashes come.
Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
But if you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Ranty, come on. That's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Person to think.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No. Okay, I'm going to bed. Right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree. Level's horizontal. All
Sweet.
right,
True level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came in
Nice.
just for that. You flipped it, man.